Well, good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's full council meeting. My name is Councillor Russ McPherson. I'm the Mayor and the Chair for this meeting, which is also now being broadcast live on the Council's YouTube channel. We're not expecting any fire alarm to go off. If it does, please leave everything and follow the exit signs on the Peace Hill side of the building and exit via Peace Hill door and assemble in St Mary's Passage. Hopefully that won't be required. Please wear face mask coverings while in the building, unless, of course, you're speaking. Unfortunately, my chaplain and deputy chaplains are both unable to attend this evening, but if the members will just bear with me for a second, I would like to take this point to request members, if they would take a moment to stand, and I mean just a moment to stand, in solidarity with the people of the Ukraine this night. Thank you. We have some councillors present online, and for the benefit of the public watching, councillors online can make contributions to the meeting but cannot vote. Apologies for absences will be recorded in the minutes. I'm not going to read them out this evening, so we can get on with the business, but they will be recorded and will be able to be scrutinised when the minutes are produced. Councillors in the chamber, I'm reminded, who are also choosing to log on to the Teams meeting, can you ensure the device has the Teams meeting on mute and that your device is also on mute? Otherwise, we'll just get feedback in the chamber through all the technology. Thank you. Agenda item 1, approval of the minutes. Can I approve the minutes of the council meeting held on the 21st of October and the 30th of November 2021, which can be found on page 9 to 74 of your agenda? Yeah. Everybody happy? Thank you so much. Declarations of interest. I would like to ask members to declare now any interest in the item now on the agenda before us this evening. Members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting anyway. So if anything occurs to them as we go along, just put your hand up and that'll be fine. Members have been informed that public questions this evening will not be taken this evening. They'll be taken on the 3rd of March. The public who have registered to speak have been advised of that fact. I'll also say that Mayor's announcements and oral questions are likewise. So we'll just crack straight on. That takes us directly then, members, to agenda item 4. So we now turn to agenda item 4, contained on page 75, recommendations of the Executive Council for Housing concerning the Housing Revenue Account Budget. Councillor Mike Todd-Jones, do you wish to introduce?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very pleased to introduce the Housing Revenue Account Budget Setting Report. And when I'm introducing this, I'd like to refer back to the comments I made for the Housing Revenue Account Medium-Term Financial Strategy. I outlined some of the significant challenges that face this council and the Housing Revenue Account. And those challenges remain considerable. The coronavirus pandemic has inevitably delayed a lot of the issues that we would normally be working on. It's delayed our stock condition survey, effective plan maintenance and repairs, and it had an impact, of course, on the phasing and the necessary rephasing of budgets. The pandemic, alongside Brexit, led to a shortage of labour materials, and that has an impact on our new build council house programme. There's the broader context of the climate and biodiversity emergencies, and they of course drive the need to retrofit our existing council stock and also to build new council homes to the highest possible energy efficiency standards. And then there's the financial challenge, which has been posed by over 10 years of coalition and Tory government austerity. However, I believe this Labour Council has really stepped up to meet these challenges. I'm going to outline some of the key themes and my colleagues will comment on some of the detail. But the things I want to really mention are focus on our capital investment programme, The Decent Homes programme, there's 20 million being invested in this programme in the coming financial year. Includes 3 million in energy efficiency works, 5 million now in state investment programme, which has been going on for 5 years. I think we're halfway through it. It's annual, 1 million a year. And also our Decent Homes standard is at 96%, and I think that's a real testament to the work that our team, especially in estates and facilities, has been doing during the pandemic in particular. Very difficult to access properties and do all the sort of work that we would normally do. The investment programme does include additional operatives within existing budget to help deliver efficiencies, and also sensible measures rather than cutting services and programmes. Our council house programme is, I think, unprecedented for a district council this size. As we all know, over 500 new council homes built or started on sites in 2017, kick-started by the 70 million devolution funding negotiated by this Labour Council. And we've started our ambitious 1,000 new council homes programme, aimed to be completed by 2032. And again, I pay tribute especially to our Housing Development Agency officers who continue to work really hard engaging with Homes England to try and get the more strategic level funding that we need. These homes, of course, are desperately needed, and I remind everyone that we have around 2,000 households on our housing needs register. Council homes will be energy efficient, gas-free, and they range from local plan plus passive house to net zero carbon standards. Passive house schemes are already planned in Abbey, Aubry, East Chesterton and King's Hedges. We've got our first passive house flats in Aubry at Eldra Close and Fordridge Close. Net zero carbon schemes are planned in Coleridge and Trumpington. We have a £5 billion pilot to retrofit 50 existing properties across 7 different housing types, and this will give us some evidence base to take to government to lobby for more funding. Retrofitting our existing council stock is a massive challenge. A colleague again will comment on this, but I want to remind everyone of the context here, because the housing revenue account cannot in any way fund the total programme needed to retrofit our existing stock. I've said it before and I'll say it again because I think it's a fact that's worth repeating, but the current government in the current Parliament has pledged £3 billion for national retrofit. It's of course totally inadequate. Our own stock would require capital investment up front of 365 million just to retrofit plus. If we wanted to retrofit to net zero carbon, that would require 512 million capital investment. That's around about the sixth of the pot that's available nationally for all local authorities and other developers, and registered providers and the like in terms of retrofitting. We have of course signed up to the Great Homes Upgrade campaign, demanding that the government commits far more money, at least 11 billion in the first instance, for the retrofitting programme. Without this funding and more to come, there's no way that we can manage it ourselves. We're applying to funding wherever it's possible, the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, local authority delivery schemes and such like. I also want to reiterate our commitment to supporting tenants. We have a dedicated team of officers advising tenants struggling with their rents, including financial support available to those whose rents are really just not fully covered by housing benefit or the housing element of universal credit. We remain absolutely committed to ensuring there are no evictions that apply to tenants related to the coronavirus pandemic. Again, I want to thank members of the Housing Scrutiny Committee, including leaseholder and tenant representatives, their advice and support, and also thank officers for their hard work on the Housing Revenue Account Budget Setting Report. Council, I move.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Please.
I would just like to congratulate the Executive Councillor for Housing and our much needed council house delivery. We do know that Cambridge is a very unequal city and the extraordinarily high cost of housing is a major cause of this. So the new council homes will help to tackle poverty and inequality and they will promote health and well-being through ensuring homes are affordable to live in, and also in promoting mixed, balanced and inclusive communities. And I'm very pleased to say that the 1,000 Homes programme has already built 140 homes at social rented rates, which will allow the residents who move out of their homes earmarked for redevelopment to move back in at a social rent. The remainder of the new homes are proposed as council affordable rent in line at 60% of market rate. And this is a policy for all providers and not just for the council.
Thank you, Councillor Pounds. Any further debate?
Congratulate Mike Todd-Jones, our Executive Council for Housing. And the thing that's actually a non-financial fact, which is that our council housing stock is actually maintained to a better state of repair and of energy efficiency than the privately owned housing stock in Cambridge, which is an unusual and remarkable achievement. However, I want to inject a note of gloom to the proceedings. Mike Todd-Jones' estimate of the retrofit plus cost of 512 million excludes the cost of the 553 non-traditional homes, prefabs, and I understand from the housing officers that these are likely to cost much more to retrofit and standard properties. This is not because the retrofit is different, but because retrofit normally imposes new challenges on these homes and additional work is required. And you may recall that in my budget amendment, I suggested that these be included at a figure of 125% of the cost of the equivalent traditional homes. The issue is if we were to retrofit, we also have to finance interest on those costs, which was a staggering 388,000 according to the Housing Finance Office's estimates. Figures be included in the estimate and not forgotten, because between them they nearly double the costs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. You had 10 minutes. That wasn't bad. 2.9. Well done. Councillor Deal.
I will also try to be succinct. I think we've had many of these discussions in the Housing Scrutiny Committee already. Following those debates, I should also note my thanks to the officers for their work in preparing these detailed reports, but also for the support they provided this side of the chamber in scrutinising those documents and in proposing our amendments. There are certainly positives in the current financial plans for the HRA. I think everyone in this chamber is proud to support the new council homes being built across the city and also welcomes the initial steps being taken to address the retrofit challenge. We are very pleased to see the Decent Homes standard now being met. It did follow a lot of noise from this side of the chamber as we put a lot of pressure on the figures that we saw 2 years ago, but it is good to see that the team have really risen to that challenge. I'm also pleased that following the amendment that the Democrats proposed, the growing needs of older tenants following the pandemic are being recognised. It is, however, disappointing that the financial commitments to support this work were removed by the ruling group. In that regard, this year's budget is an odd one, as other than the third of a staff member added to the right to buy team and money to replace a stolen van, it effectively has no new bids in it. The additional operatives mentioned by the Executive Council were already part of financial plans. The budget just allocates that spending specifically. Now, we do appear to be in a holding pattern. The existing plan is almost completely dependent on funding from Homes England, which has been mentioned, but is yet to be secured. The ruling group seems to place a lot of dependency and confidence in the national government, more than I probably would. Given the characters involved, I think it is actually important that this council begins to develop plans that don't depend on this one major funding bid that remains far from certain. At the same time, the BSR goes to some lengths to explain why comprehensive retrofitting is not currently possible, and many of the issues raised are real ones. However, it worries me that there doesn't seem to be the same ambition when it comes to retrofit as we are showing with house building. This is illustrated, I think, quite clearly when we look at the external funding that's currently described within the document, and at no point does any of the retrofit grant schemes get mentioned. I was pleased when scrutinising to hear that the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund has been applied for, but currently it's not reflected in these reports at all. In light of the recent spike in energy prices, which will soon be made a lot worse by the impacts of Russian aggression, the need for action has never been clearer. As a council, we really need to start to build the financial model that pumps money in. A £5 million pilot scheme is a good start, but actually at the moment there is a serious lack of a plan going forward whilst we continue to wait for that funding for new homes. So yes, it's with regret really, I would like to see more in the future to address those very pressing issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dale. That was 3.3. Very good. Councillor Robertson, please.
Thank you. Our Executive Office Councillor for Housing has quite rightly extolled the importance of our new build programme and also mentioned the work we're doing on existing housing. 7,000 of those homes need to be well maintained and they need the retrofitting process as well. As you can see from the budget we're presenting, there's huge amounts of money being made available for energy efficiency work. The major project in Aubry is getting completed and we'll be moving on to a new stage in another area of the city soon. That work is essential to improve the energy efficiency of properties and also has done all the other work on those properties to bring them up to standard. The planned maintenance budget is really only just getting going again, having stalled because of COVID. Well, you remember that this time last year we were wondering how much money we'd actually be able to do, how much work we'd actually managed to do in the year just finishing. And an awful lot of the money had to be carried over into the current year because of the inability to carry the work out during COVID and lockdown. We have now this year spent far more of that money than could possibly be hoped. We are well ahead of the position we were in a year away. I think we've got to remember that there are still problems coming out of the woodwork. There are problems with supply of doors, windows and roof materials. This is affecting our new build, but it's also, of course, affecting our retrofitting and decent home upgrade programme. There's some complex contracts being sorted out. There's one for external and street lighting on the estate roads, which has been taking an enormous amount of time to get right. But it soon will be right and will be applied, and that will be available to go ahead very soon. There's also problems with access. Some tenants have obviously been worried about having builders in during COVID, and that's understandable, but it has held up the programme. We do need to get on with it. It's in their interest as well as everybody else's, really, that work is done. The claim has been made that we haven't put many new bids into the programme. Well, if you recognise that there's a huge amount of catch-up to do, we're still working through that catch-up programme and will be for the next year or two. So it's not surprising that we haven't been able to plan very much further ahead. There's so much work that you can do, difficulty in getting supplies, difficulty in getting labour, staffing. These are all issues that you've got to recognise are real issues for us all to have to take into account. The retrofitting programme is also understated. Well, it comes to the same thing, really. We will get on with retrofitting as soon as we can. We've got this pilot project coming to an end, and that will give us an idea of how to go ahead with the next programme of work. If we were to try and do more work on these than is budgeted, there are interest burdens to carry, and that must be recognised as well. So we're doing our best, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shell, you are next, and then I have Councillor Bird, and that's all that's on my list at this moment.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to say that it's gracious of Councillor Deal to say that £5 million is a good start. We understand it to be a start. And the unused money in the repairs and maintenance budget is always money that we've claimed has not been used because of issues around access during COVID-19. We've never claimed to anyone that it was because the repairs and maintenance didn't need doing. And for that reason, we want to keep it in that pot. If at a later stage the repairs and the maintenance are all completed, then of course we'll be delighted to see that funding going to being added to what we've set aside, what we're dedicating to energy efficiency and retrofitting. And it's on retrofitting that I'd briefly like to speak, which is just to say that my attention has been drawn to the fact that in Aubry, which is my ward, we have work has already commenced on refitting 150 houses that were built in the 1930s. With insulation, with solar panels and other forms of retrofitting. And what I didn't know until today, but this information has been given to me today, is what the saving will be for people, or the average saving will be with the reduction, with the improvement of a household that's been rated energy efficiency band D to energy efficiency band B. The saving over 1 year on average is £250. Now I'm delighted to get this number because to my mind it shows the tie-up between our fight against climate breakdown on one hand and our fight for cleaner air in Cambridge, and also protection of low-income families, middle-income families at a time when prices are rising all around. And so this move of 150 homes from band D or lower to energy band B is great news from a green standpoint, but it's also great news in terms of protecting poorer and middle-income people. So it's great from a socialist standpoint. And I think that it is green and it is socialist, and perhaps it is green because it is socialist. Thank you.
Well done. There's just one or two small technical issues this evening, most of which we've got over, but just to remind you that if microphones don't work, you will come up to on that junction as Councillor Smart, because the microphones are allocated. So you've just made your very nice speech as Councillor Smart as far as the public is concerned. So you couldn't help it. It didn't work. That's fine. It was just to remind people that if you do use somebody else's microphone, it will come up under their name. That's all.
Can we just check now, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Did you want to check your mic now, see if it works?
Jumpers anyway, so it's all good. Oh, back again. Sorry, Gary. I do apologise, mate.
Councillor Smart has worked his magic and mended mine then, it looks like.
Press it hard.
1, 2.
I think there's a little song went with that, wasn't there, really? Okay, I've got Councillor Bird. Hopefully your mic works or you can use this one.
No, it's fine, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm pleased to say housing options for residents with limited mobility, 100% of new council homes to be M42, accessible and adapted dwellings. And 5% of the new build affordable homes will be M43, wheelchair user dwellings. There are currently 27 fully adapted wheelchair user dwellings and 5 enhanced M42 adapted planned in the 500 programme. The requirements to provide 5% wheelchair user homes will be extended, and a further 4 fully adapted units are currently identified in provisions under the new programme scheme at Coville Road Phase 3 and Fen Road. I'm really pleased about this, especially with the Fen Road ones, because that was a hard one, but we managed to get them. And I would like to see more than 5% of homes. I'd like to see 10%, 100%. I know I'm going mad there, but it'd be really great because that is an important thing. That's something we are really short of in the city. But we will get there, and we're in the right stage at the moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. I have no further speakers. So, Councillor Todd-Jones, you have 5 minutes to write a reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last time I looked, I'm still Councillor Todd-Jones, I think. Anyway, I will not take 5 minutes to write a reply, but I'll just address a couple of other points. Thanks for all the contributions. Just to mention to Councillor Bennett, yes, your commitment that I gave, the commitment I gave to you at the Housing Scrutiny Committee, I've already addressed this with our corporate energy manager, our assistant business manager. So we will be looking at the 500 plus non-traditional properties, what the cost will be to retrofit those. We'll also be looking at carbon footprint in terms of across all our properties as we go through the retrofit programme and we build up more evidence as to what the costs and the kind of carbon footprint is required. So we will be, and I keep that commitment to you, and we will be building that in, and we'll hopefully bring an interim report to just to go through some of these issues probably in the autumn, probably about the time of the medium-term financial strategy. Councillor Dalyell, I note your congratulations on a decent home standard. It's something we have been striving very hard for over the last few years. I think the point I've been trying to make about the Housing Revenue Account Budget Setting Report this time is to really try and concentrate on our core spending commitment. So it shouldn't always be about bids. Bids are important, of course, but in terms of the, I think, incredible programme we have going forward, that is what I wanted to try and focus on. I do take your point that bids are important, but nevertheless, that was where my focus was this time. And I think steady and sensible management, given all the challenges we're facing at the moment, is actually quite important. We will be bidding, of course, in terms of retrofitting for further bids for the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund. There's a second wave bid that will be due, I think, in the summer. It'll be for a much larger pot. We're hoping to be successful with that. And yes, we will, wherever we can, regarding the Housing and Revenue Account and our investment programme, we'll be looking to bring forward further retrofitting programmes. So I think I've addressed the main points from Councillor Bennett and Councillor Dalyell, and thanks for all the other contributions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Todd-Jones. In that case, I'll now go to the vote. All those in favour? And those against? And abstentions, please. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. That takes us to agenda item 4B. I can do, yeah.
25.
Okay, that was 25 for and
9 abstentions.
9 abstentions. Sorry, I thought everybody heard that, but just in case.
It's online.
Okay. I'll go to agenda item 4B now. We turn to agenda item 4B on page 209, recommendations of Executive Council for Finance and Resources for Capital Strategy. Councillor Davey has 5 minutes to introduce this item.
I'll be taking no more than to say I introduce the item and move it, and happy to take questions in response. Thank you.
Then I will say, is there any debate? Sorry, Councillor Deal.
I'm very much raising a question, and partly just to raise the issue in front of this council, which is something that myself and Councillor Davey have already been in correspondence about. Included within the capital assumptions is comments around the MRP, which is minimum revenue provision. There is a significant risk to this council financially if the national government was to push through some changes in that regard that would actually significantly undermine the financial models that we're currently using to deliver many of the things that we would support. I know that the finance team is currently making representations in that regard, but I wondered if the Executive Council had any updates on that, and if they had any comments on how we think this is going to go for the Council over the next 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further contributions? Councillor Bennett.
Just a very quick point, which is has just responded to the Anglia water consultation, saying that the water supply issues are a potential showstopper for developments. We have a substantial amount of costs incurred on housing development in the pipeline, and we have a clear possibility that we may not be able to progress those developments. Have we quantified the potential financial loss to the council? Thank you.
Any further? Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey, you have 5 minutes right to reply.
Excuse me, I'll be very brief again. In terms of the update for Councillor Dalziel, I think this is a rare moment, well, not rare, but we agree in the situation here. I think we have now submitted the response to the MRP proposals from the central government. I would also agree that if these go through, there is sufficient. So I just hope that the central government will hear, not just from us, but from a variety of local authorities. I undertake to keep Councillor Dale up to date with any new information. I think you've been copied in, if I'm honest, to all the recent developments. So there's nothing further, but I do understand your desire to raise that here within the council. In terms of Councillor Bennett's comments, you're right, there are considerable worries as to what might happen with regards to water supply. And again, I think we'll just keep you posted. In terms of the implications for us in terms of finances, I'm not sure that I could yet comment, and obviously I'd want to talk to my colleague, Councillor Todd Jones, and others within the executive as to what the full implication would be if it does become a showstopper. But I think we're at very early stages yet, Councillor Bennett. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. In that case then, I'll now go to the vote after 1 minute 15 seconds. Well done. All those in favour?
That's unanimous. That's everyone's hands up in the chamber, I think.
Thank you very much, everyone. That takes us to agenda item 4C. On page 249, recommendations of Executive Council for Finance and Resources, Treasury Management Statement. Councillor David, do you wish to introduce this item? And likewise, 5 minutes for that introduction. Thank you.
Again, as before, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just say I'd like to introduce this. I'm happy to take questions and comments on the Treasury Management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate?
I want to thank Ms. Reba for her efforts to try and find a partner to help us review and hopefully decarbonise our Treasury management. I understand that the preliminary findings of that review are not particularly positive, but all we can do is ask the officer to look. We cannot expect her to manufacture carbon neutral banks for our Treasury management use.
Very much. Any further speakers? Okay, thank you very much. I'll now go to the vote though. All those in... Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Davey, you have a right to reply, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I will not be long, but it's just to pick up Councillor Bennett's comment, which was made well previously. I will ensure that a proper report is fed back to you. I think I'd like to be in a position to say that we'd like to challenge more what's a possibility. I think we could be quite passive within the situation, and I think it's about how we explore potential options which could affect in a way that I think both your party and ours would be keen to develop. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Sorry for that, Councillor Davey, nearly forgot you. In that case, I will now go to the vote. All those in favour?
So that's unanimous in the chamber.
Thank you very much, everyone. That takes us then to agenda item 5, budget recommendations. The recommendations of executive for adoption are on page 273 onwards. The rules for this debate, as set out in the Constitution, were emailed to councillors yesterday, and no doubt you've all read them. I will now ask the executive to present its budget recommendations, and there is 45 minutes, up to 45 minutes for that presentation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the risk of being very brief, I'd like to immediately hand over to my colleague, the leader of the group, Councillor Smith, who will introduce the budget, and then I will speak later on in this session. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, the floor is yours.
And thank you, Councillor Davey, for warning people about the voice from on high again. I think it's always good not to give people a shock. Before I do start, Mr Mayor, could I thank you very much for taking that time at the beginning to have a moment of pause in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. And I'm sure that colleagues in this council tonight would like me to share our very best wishes, particularly to anybody in Cambridge who is from Ukraine or has loved ones in Ukraine and is worried about them at this point. I should also say, technically, I'm getting a lot of feedback up here, which is slightly off-putting, but I'll do my best. It's really echoing quite strongly up here. So it's a real honour to be able to introduce the budget setting report tonight. And I'm going to speak in 2 sections, so bear with me because you'll be hearing from me for a little bit longer than normal, because I'll speak first as leader, and then I will speak in more depth about the community portfolio. By saying that this really hasn't been an easy time to be setting a budget. Funding cuts to local government over the last few years have been really very severe. As a council, as everyone in this room will know, we received 0 core government grant. I was very disturbed to read a cross-party parliamentary report just a few weeks ago, which revealed that the government doesn't even know how much it costs councils to run statutory services, let alone how much it costs us to run the so-called discretionary services that so many people rely on. And the impact of Brexit and the ongoing COVID pandemic have only made things worse, especially as we as a council haven't even been repaid for all the work we've been asked to do to tackle COVID over the last few years. We are over £7 million down because the government hasn't reimbursed us for all our COVID work. I think there'll be agreement on this too. The councils have never been more needed. We face a cost of living crisis. We face climate and biodiversity emergencies. And we need to work with our whole community, our residents, our businesses, and our community and voluntary groups as we all seek to recover from the problems that the last few years have brought, which are reflected in the new corporate plan that we will debate in the next session, are ambitious. We want to address the climate and biodiversity emergencies. We want to tackle poverty and inequality. We want to build a new generation of council homes and support the homeless. We want to provide the good quality day-to-day services that our city needs. And alongside that, we want to transform the way our council works so that it can really meet the challenges ahead. Working into a balanced budget that delivers on all of that is huge, and it's credit to the whole team that that's what we've been able to present to you today. And as you look through that budget, please bear in mind there are specific bids which support the work ahead, such as investment in electrifying our waste fleet, a retrofit project officer, our herbicide-free project, and our transformation work. But more than simply these specific bids, because it's also the millions invested in the work of all our council teams. It's caring for our green spaces and seeking to add more. It's leading the fight towards net zero carbon. It's working with our partners to make sure that no one need sleep rough. It's an ambitious council tax reduction scheme. It's our support for food hubs. It's our grants programme. And passing the budget today allows that work and so much more to continue. I want to pay tribute to Mike Davey for his efforts through this process, and to my executive councillor colleagues too for the large amount of work they've put in. And in doing that, I hope that the Chamber will indulge me to include two former executive councillors who aren't here tonight, who have made such a contribution to the discussions about what you're hearing this evening, Councillors Richard Johnson and Nikki Massey. And of course, I want to thank my predecessor as leader, Councillor Herbert, because by the time I was elected in late November to the role, most of the hard work to put this budget together had already been done. And I want to finish this part of what I'm going to say by thanking the officers who worked so hard on supporting not just our budget work, but the work undertaken by two opposition groups as well. This isn't just about a few meetings. It's taken months of intense work. And I want to thank not just them, but all the officers in our council who do so much for our city and who put this budget into action every day. And I want to thank all those who haven't had the chance to work from home over the pandemic, but who have been out in our streets, parks and homes delivering essential services for the last 2 years. Thank you to all of them. We'll now hear from executive councillors who will tell you more about what this budget means in their area and about what we are doing as a council to create One Cambridge, fair for all. And so I'm going to hold the mic and turn to the budget within the community's portfolio. You'll see in there we have some specific bids, and these largely reflect changed financial circumstances and the transfer of the anti-poverty responsiveness budget from one pot to another so that it can be administered by the teams who know our community groups best. And the rationales for those are set out clearly in those papers, and of course I'm happy to answer more questions on that. But tonight what I want to focus on is the vital work we do in communities that this budget supports. There's about £7.5 million of expenditure on our community's portfolio this year. And that allows us to do so many of the things that are at the heart of our fight against poverty and inequality. Our support for community hubs, our funding for a central food hub, which was planned even before the pandemic. Our community grants programme that supports so many local groups and which, at around £1 million, is to my knowledge one of the most generous offered by any district council. The work of our community development teams, working with everyone from young people to older people in our communities. And I'm really thrilled to say that as part of our ongoing reflection and review of our work, we are in our team actively exploring having a community development officer who can specifically focus on building relations with our Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities. The celebrations of diversity, such as LGBTQ+, Black, Disabled and GRT History Months. Our work on giving a voice to unheard stories of women in Cambridge, and our Holocaust Memorial Day commemorations and outreach. Our development of new ways to reuse, recycle and lend. And that budget, that 7.5 million that we are asking you to set aside today, also goes towards the running of our facilities that are at the heart of our community centres, our venues, our sports centres and pools. It funds our active lifestyle team and the projects we are working on to improve community facilities too, and so many free events that are run across the city. And it pays for officers who really do go the extra mile to see that the work isn't just done, but is done well. As part of the COVID response, teams in this portfolio area developed in the hub cluster network really innovative ways of working that made sure we worked in a genuinely cooperative way with our residents, community groups, faith groups and businesses. And we will be continuing that genuinely collaborative approach, working not only for, but with our communities and making sure that we focus our effort on people and places in the greatest need. When I took up the role of leader, we agreed that I continue with this portfolio until May, so there was continuity in the middle of a challenging year, but I will be stepping back from that remit in May. So this will be the last budget speech I will make as communities exec. And it's therefore particularly important that this year I thank the communities team for all the work they do to put this budget into practice. They are so committed to the communities they serve, and during the pandemic, they have spearheaded our community support work, putting in so many hours to serve our residents. Every time anyone thanks them, and you'll all know this, they go, no, it's nothing special. But we as members and as city residents know very differently. So thank you to all of them, and especially to several staff members who have recently retired or who are about to retire after so many years of dedicated service. We are as a council so grateful to them, and I ask you tonight to pass this budget so that we can continue to do the work that is so vital to our city that comes from this portfolio. Thank you.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. This year relating to climate change, environment and the city centre highlights this council's and the ruling Labour group's commitment to tackling the climate crisis, while cleaning up the city's air and providing high quality, vital services to residents. This budget also demonstrates the need for us as a council to respond to wider national and global events, with Brexit and the COVID-19 pandemic continuing to have ongoing impacts, particularly on staffing and recruitment. This is particularly clear in our 2 bids to cover HGV driver retention in both our waste service and our own council-run garage, which keeps all of our essential council vehicles running safely. The new post of Home Retrofit Project Coordinator will enable us to expand our work supporting homeowners and landlords to retrofit their homes, thereby reducing our city's greenhouse gas emissions while making homes warmer, healthier, and hopefully in this time of growing fuel poverty, cheaper to run. By the changes to our out-of-hours noise service, which were precipitated by staffing shortages, highlights the opportunities available to us through the transformation programme. The changes to the service, including the use of new technology, means that we're able to make savings at a time of reducing budgets whilst maintaining around-the-clock service to residents facing persistent noise nuisance and improving working conditions for our staff. Authorities, district and county, in the combined authority area of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough work together through the RECAP partnership to reduce waste, increase recycling and improve services for residents. Each local authority partner is increasing our financial support to RECAP in order to carry out the necessary work needed to implement the government's waste and resources strategy. For us, this will include increasing recycling rates further and bringing in weekly food waste collection. You can see that we do expect to see an ongoing increase in our recycling, which is shown in the additional expected income for recycling credits. We'll be bringing our waste vehicle washing in-house, and you can see that previous budget's investment in the new waste service IT system Making the service easier to use for staff and more efficient has resulted in our ability to increase the number of slots for residents in our bulky waste collection service and thereby also increase income. We also have in this budget a bid for 2 new electric bin lorries, which, as you can see, are not cheap, to add to the one that we already have working around the city. We do also have a second one due shortly, and unfortunately we've also needed a bid to cover the increase in the costs. This will therefore bring our electric bin lorry fleet to 4, helping us to achieve our climate change strategy and air quality action plan targets. I therefore hope that this budget today will receive unanimous support from this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Thornburn.
I'd also like to begin by reflecting on what we have done this year as elected members, officers and staff to keep this local authority running and to deliver one Cambridge Fair for all. In my area of planning policy and transport, we have achieved much. The Planning Committee has embraced hybrid working, and I'd like to thank the IT services team for their efforts to make this happen. We have completed a major consultation on the emerging local plan, revised plans for North East Cambridge following last year's consultation, consulted on and adopted a new biodiverse SPT, and been awarded 2 grants to research social media use in planning and design codes. North East Cambridge is committed to providing 10% of all homes as M43 fully wheelchair adapted. Last year, I said I wanted to extend the training budget for building control so our team can continue to be leaders in their current work, to be at the cutting edge of new energy assessment technology, and to start a new consultancy to help reduce carbon emissions in buildings. And we have done this. Some of our building control officers are now Passive House qualified, and we're giving residents free pre-application advice on how to improve the energy efficiency of their building projects. Building Control have won awards in 3 categories at this year's LABC Building Excellent Awards, and 3 of our planning projects won awards at the prestigious Planning Awards 2021. And we have started a service review, including improving efficiency and compliance. In transport, we have control over dial-a-ride taxi cards, a few bus subsidies and the council's car parks, all very important. Dial-a-ride continues to provide a vital service within 10 miles of the city centre, a great success which is well appreciated by its users. We are starting to deliver a project of over 500 EV charge points in our car parks, an initiative started by Councillor Rosie Moore. And we have commenced construction on the Park Street project. Many of my transport-related efforts involve working with other authorities, particularly county, and we are taking advantage of the shared administration to deliver a Labour transport policy. For example, the Chisholm Trail has opened thanks to the GCP. We've also secured £500,000 for the station cycle point and seek that this becomes an exemplar for major cycle storage facilities. I think we all, on every side of the room, can feel proud of what we have done for the people of Cambridge, and I thank the building control and planning officers for all they have contributed. Now to my proposals for this budget. This budget contains proposals for a 5-year programme to balance the planning budget, which takes account of reduced revenue and other factors, including an initial investment to clear the backlog of applications. We will invest in the planning service by improving support for planners, and we aim to replicate the successful apprentice scheme run in building control across the planning department. Because building control is doing so well, we need to consider a new delivery model to take advantage of the emerging capabilities of new technologies and the team's enhanced skill base. We seek to improve advice and consultancy and aim to promote what we can offer to local authority clients. For transport, we will reduce the bus subsidy put in place when the county reduced funding back in about 2011, following the decision by Stagecoach to maintain the changes to their service made during the pandemic. Fortunately, the combined authority is now doing a bus review, and they will be a lot more receptive to Cambridge City Council's argument than the previous administration. I believe that all these measures deliver a responsible, proportionate, and financially prudent response to the need to deliver our promises to address the climate environmental crisis and deliver essential services while tackling inequality and poverty in a time of budget cutbacks and a pandemic which is by no means over. I ask that you pass this budget. Thank you.
Mr. Davey. Oh, MTJ, sorry. I was looking at Councillor Davey because he was waving and smiling at me, and that's never a good thing.
That's okay, Mr. Mayor. Wrong mic this time. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, can I just discuss part of the general fund budget setting report, our strategy to tackle homelessness and rough sleeping. And I want to mention the incredible commitment we have from our team to tackle homelessness and rough sleeping. Since March 2020, the first of the lockdowns, nearly 3 million was committed to everyone in the programme to try and ensure that as many rough sleepers in particular were not on our streets during the coronavirus pandemic. In 2021-2022, 4 million is the total cost of homelessness budget. And 2.5 million of that is net costs after taking account of grants, housing benefit and so forth. So there's a great commitment from this council financially to making sure that we look after people who are homeless, at threat of homelessness and rough sleeping. 60,000 is part of the Housing First programme that we have grant funding for, and we have 3 dedicated officers supporting Housing First in the city. What I suppose I'm most proud of is trying to ensure that we don't just rely on the 300 plus hostel accommodation places that are available for anyone who's rough sleeping in Cambridge, but that we move on to try and get people onto the housing ladder or some sort of accommodation on the way to hopefully permanent accommodation. And part of that Housing First programme, including the Next Steps programme and funding, are 78 places of accommodation for Move On, where rough sleepers can be helped to really establish themselves in accommodation. It includes 16 modular homes, and we've had some great reports from residents who are living in modular homes, have a door of their own in order to enter their own home. We also have winter provision to replace the somewhat ad hoc hostel provision that used to be provided, with 20 ensuite places at Crossways. And again, all this comes with a huge amount of support and advice in order to ensure that it's not just about the physical property, but the support, advice for people with often complex and difficult problems to make sure they can sustain themselves in a tenancy going forward. There's also the Streets to Homes programme, and we have 700,000, which is part of that programme, which part of that is shared now with a new partnership with the County Council. And we still have direct homelessness prevention grants to give to our most very valued partners and all the charities and volunteer organisations that we work with. It takes a city, has a huge role to play in this, and it's become a very, very valued partnership. Finally, I just want to mention the street outreach team, which does incredible work. I think they know virtually every homeless person or person rough sleeping in Cambridge. The only person that perhaps they wouldn't know are those who might roll up very new to the streets in Cambridge. And they do some tremendous work in contacting those people, looking after them, trying to get them accommodation of some sort. So I pay tribute to all the teams who've been working so hard in this area. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Todd-Jones. Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The way we look after our open spaces has an impact on and is in turn impacted by so many other areas of our work as a council. It's part and parcel of how we design and build our housing, how we address air quality, how we support and listen to our communities, as well as how we plan for the future of our city and the surrounding area. Access to nature, to green space, if possible, has become even more important over the past 2 years during successive lockdowns and the gaps in between. I recently read an article on this exact topic that posed an interesting question. How much nature do we need? How do we pin down the link between well-being and access to nature? It's not an easy question to answer. It's almost impossible to quantify. However, there is no end of qualitative evidence on the importance of access to nature and open space. I was talking to someone just yesterday at the Cherry Hinton Food Hub, the community cafe there. He lives in a flat with no outside space of its own. And he told me how much he'd come to rely on being able to spend time in the chalk pits, which is just a 5-minute walk down the road, just up the high street. It wasn't something he'd done before COVID, but it had quickly become an essential part of his daily routine. We're very lucky in Cambridge to have such fantastic open spaces, all 240 hectares, right from King's Hedges Rec in the north to Nightingale Park in the south, and from Stourbridge Common in the east to Sheep's Green in the west. Those spaces have become a lifeline for our communities, supporting residents' physical and especially mental health. And we're not just standing still here as a council, we're taking on even more open spaces with, as I think Councillor Davey will note, considerably less financial backing from central government. So we previously looked after 88 open spaces, but with new growth sites, this has now risen to 126, with the council adopting 54 of the 128 new sites across the city. We're doing a lot more with a lot less, and we remain 100% committed to a city where every resident has access to the open spaces necessary for their well-being. And I think this budget makes that commitment very, very clear. I'd like to highlight just a couple of specific items within the budget. These aren't just new items, but also items that continue our existing commitments and ongoing work. We've aimed to cover these items through existing budgets wherever possible. So we all understand the importance of increasing tree canopy cover across the city. Trees are what are called nature's best multitaskers. So they help purify the air we breathe, they provide food and shelter to wildlife, and they improve livability. And that's why we've included a further 2 years funding for the Biodiversity Officer post and to fund an arboricultural planning lead post to help us continue to deliver on our tree canopy project. We're introducing new innovations too, like the herbicide-free trial. We want to make sure this is properly resourced so it can be the success that we all want to see, particularly thinking about how we engage local communities in that conversation. I know we're all excited by the potential of this trial, and I think it shows what we can all achieve together. It's another step on the road to a herbicide-free city, and I believe has the potential to be an exemplar of council and city and residents all working together. And all working together to address the issues that we can't ignore, that we're going to hear a lot tonight, the biodiversity and climate emergencies. This is an ambitious budget and one which recognises the urgency of the issues facing our city. I just want to conclude by thanking both the Streets and Open Spaces and Community Safety teams for their work on this part of the budget. Thanks to them, these proposals really do have the potential to make Cambridge a greener, healthier and safer place to live, and along with the rest of our budget, I commend them to you all.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Councillor Collis. Councillor Davey.
Mr Mayor, thank you. Before concluding with an overview of our budget strategy, I'd just like to highlight one or two areas and issues from my own portfolio for consideration. The first to highlight is the maintenance of the discretionary housing payments, which meets the shortfall between rent and housing benefit or universal credit. And this commits us to something that not all councils, I have to say, undertake. And it maintains our belief that tackling poverty remains our prime commitment. Secondly, I'd just like to make reference to car parking. And as you will see, and there's two sections, as you'll see, we are budgeting for a reduction in income of somewhere in the region of £520,000 next year, and that will, of course, be reviewed on an ongoing basis. COVID has clearly had a significant impact on the way people work, and that then impacts upon car use within our city. It also raises further questions about the future of car parks in relation to climate change issues and the like. We've commenced a review of car parks already as far as the council's concerned, but we need to do more and work accordingly with the GCP and the CPCA, and I think Katie may refer to this, sorry, Councillor Thornborough may refer to this later on this evening. The other thing I'd want to mention around car parking is Park Street. Again, you'll note that there's a reduction in our income from Park Street that's taking place as part of the renovation of that site. But in my view, although there's a short-term loss, this is really an investment in the future. In essence, what we're doing is committing ourselves to how we work with the regeneration of the city centre as it comes out of COVID, and also demonstrates, I think, innovative local government practice, both in terms of what we're seeking to achieve, but also how we finance. The third thing just to raise from my own portfolio is in relation to transformation. You'll see in the budget there's two bits here that relate specifically to how we will go about transforming the council. Their initial stages relate to ICT, digital work, and also to put some money aside for accommodation practice so that we can start to modernise the buildings that we have within the council to make them fit for purpose post-COVID. In terms of our overall strategy, as Anna's already indicated, sorry, as Councillor Smith has already indicated, these are difficult and challenging and uncertain times. In addition to the ongoing reduction in our core budget as a result of austerity, the lack of total funding from central government in relation to COVID, we are struggling to understand what the central government's long-term policy towards local government funding is. Long-term planning therefore becomes difficult. It's compounded by a lack of understanding about what will bring from the funding review, lack of understanding from business rates review, compounded by Brexit and COVID. And as if that wasn't sufficient, the dreadful events in Ukraine today are clearly going to have a financial impact upon this country in the future. So we make no apologies, I think, as a group, that this has to be and is a prudent and cautious budget. We have, as you'll have heard, protected the excellent work that's been undertaken throughout the council by our various different portfolios. And we want to ensure that the people of the city know that their money is in safe hands. We will not therefore be reckless over the course of the next 12 months. I think it's worth commenting on two particular areas before finishing. The first is in relation to inflation. When we first started to put together the budget for next year, the economic situation was considerably different to what it is now, and we're faced with a significant rise in the likely inflation we will face over the course of the next 12 months. We have made a decision not to put any provision in at this stage, but to reassure both the council and also the public, we will be reviewing what the inflation impact will have as part of the MTFS programme in the summer. We believe that's the best way to do it because it takes a view of the council implications as a whole and identifies particular departments that require help. The Second thing I'd want to raise is about the transformation programme, which I've already referred to. Quite simply, although this is about modernising the council, it's also about finding £7 million from our budget before 2027 to get this right, and we'll look forward to presenting proper and more detailed proposals to you over the course of the year. At this stage, though, it's again important to stress we therefore do not wish to spend anything extra beyond our reserves that has been already identified. We have ambitious targets that we have to meet as part of the transformation programme. We therefore need to be cautious about our reserves, and at this stage, as everyone knows, you can only use reserves once. So if you use them now, you're not likely to be able to meet the requirements. Many people already have thanked our staff, and I'd particularly like to thank our finance staff, not just for the work, as Anna's already indicated, that they do for us, but also that they do for others. I'd particularly like to thank our property staff, because they have an unseen job that they have done brilliantly to make sure that we have not lost investments over the course of the last 12 months. And perhaps most importantly of all, those that facilitate the grant giving and administering the grants that come from central government. Over £50 million has been distributed, and over 1,800 separate applications have been made. I think to acknowledge what they've done and to maintain this work during the process of the COVID has been significantly important, and it's maintained how this city has run. And not to be underestimated, again, as Councillor Smith has already indicated, demonstrates local government at its best. So, we believe this budget meets the balance between prudence, sensible financial management at a time of uncertainty, while maintaining our core principles, our label principles of tackling poverty, tackling climate change, building more council homes, and transforming the council and making it fit for purpose. I therefore commend this budget to the council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. I think probably at the conclusion of Councillor Bennett's presentation and the short responses thereafter, with the members' agreement, I'll call for a short recess at that time, unless you wish to do that now. After Councillor Bennett, everybody okay with that? Okay, well, let's proceed in that case then. So if you please turn to page 425 for your agenda pack and the Liberal Democrat group amendment to the executive budget. So I now call on that group to represent the alternative budget. You also have up to 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We would like to amend and improve the budget proposals that have just been presented. They're on page 425, and we also would like to record our gratitude to the officers in supporting the preparation of that. On a council keen to cooperate, there is nothing in our proposals before you tonight that should present an obstacle for the whole chamber embracing them, and we hope that they will. On transformation, we agree that the council needs to reinvent itself for the future, but we think that it also needs to lead and to respond in the now to its community. And we don't accept that it's a binary choice between transformation or other change. The net financial impact of our amendment is minor, and it is recognised by the Head of Finance as robust. It's that the Council looks into a series of key policy priorities, and to do so collaboratively on the basis of considered reports from our officers. These may have a further financial impact on this and future years' budgets, which is why they're identified here in this process. They may call on part of the Council's very substantial reserves of over £20 million, but that would be subject to separate judgment and decision in due course. First, we believe that based on the BSR and its overall financial outlook, the Council must take action to replace the considerable net income it receives from its car parks. And I noticed Councillor Davey attempting to get his defence in first on this. The budget before us provides for an income of a net income of £4.7 million. This, as he says, is already a reduced amount based on the pandemic, and it's projected to decline further in future years. May decline even more sharply if we sign up to the vision of a car-free city centre and reduced car journeys in the wider city, as I think almost all members around the chamber would want to do. I suggest it would be inconsistent to bank on as much as 3.5 million of net income in 5 years' time, as the BSR currently includes, if we don't want to attract car journeys into the city, as I hope is the case. So as it stands, the overall financial squeeze on council services is partly driven by this loss of income. If we're to support a successful local transport policy through the Greater Cambridge Partnership, it might be an even tighter squeeze. The fact is that the car park sites still represent a valuable city centre asset, but the uses we put them to must change. In Park Street is in one sense a step in the right direction, though we have had our arguments about the choice of a hotel, but the fact of seeking and applying a new use is completely appropriate. But there are a further 4 big car parks under the council's control. There are other city needs that could be met from these sites, which would continue to earn the council money to pay for services in a way that car parking won't. The Park Street example, and this is a salutary fact, it takes the council at least 10 years to plan and complete a repurposing scheme. The council should start proactively defining its approach to the other situation impacting on all our services and our ability to pay for them will drive further cutbacks of services. Second, we are asking the council to examine and work together on 3 challenging areas related to climate change, where Cambridge is far less out in front than it should be as a city of innovation. We started the ball rolling on climate change on this council when few others elsewhere had. We haven't stopped initiating and supporting measures since the party opposite took control. The City Climate Leaders Summits, which go on now, is a proposal we made from opposition, but we can all agree has been a very useful forum to share climate change approaches across organisations in Cambridge. And the climate change emergency itself was a motion from this side of the council, which has achieved more focus and commitment across the chamber and through the officer corps. We've also done our share of challenging and pushing back on plans where we didn't think climate change had been adequately considered or the council hadn't stretched itself as it could or should. And we're happy to acknowledge the sincerity of members opposite on this subject. But that should go both ways and should result in more working together. Climate change, after all, is an existential threat, and we make no apology for treating what the council has done and is doing, which is good, as still a glass half empty. There shouldn't be any room for complacency on this of all subjects. We're proposing that the council considers a focused report on how it can advance the switch to electric vehicles through the provision of on-street charging in residential streets, where the absence of private drives is a major obstacle to people replacing their petrol or diesel cars. A challenge obviously involving working with the County Council and the Greater Cambridge Partnership on a jointly developed plan. This council has amassed a lot of commercial expertise through the work that's been referred to on our own car parks and providing charging in there. And that could be utilised to help Cambridge catch up with towns and cities elsewhere, and we've all been to them. Today, I see no plan. It's not necessarily this city council's fault, but politically the doors are now open to work much more in partnership. And to boost progress, we could make a big difference, as is recognised by the County Council itself. On climate change, we are also proposing that the Council considers how it can help ignite the massive effort required to insulate existing homes in the private sector. The Council doesn't own them, but they're still homes, and there are a lot of them, and the carbon they burn is the same stuff we need to reduce from wherever it comes. It requires private initiative and probably owner investment, but that leaves a huge task in galvanising and helping people to act, whether it's in assessing the financial trade-offs, locating funding sources, choosing between technologies, navigating the unfamiliar and crowded territory of different trades to carry out work, or just becoming aware of the need. A local council can approach this as a trusted and independent source of advice. Though I know the council has some ideas and has already harnessed government grants for target groups, in the past, these have not always been fully used. And we think it would help to look at this in the round and stretch ourselves to make the maximum possible difference. And finally, in relation to climate change, we propose that the Council should look at the issues involved in getting a fully fledged food waste collection off the ground. Evidence from elsewhere suggests that this would reduce food waste, reduce landfill, and reduce carbon. Many towns and cities across the country already have this in place and have had it for a while, yet we're left still doing a very partial pilot exercise, and that still needs review, steps defining. How come we're in this position? We need to move beyond reciting the problems and to consider our options to confront them. Thirdly, we think it's urgent to expand the Council's general fund housing investment. We know that simply more social housing and more market housing, both of which are necessary, still leave many people struggling for a foothold in the city where they grew up or where they work. This housing crisis impacts everyone in one way or another. It's not just the very wealthy who aren't likely to be eligible for a home via the Housing Needs Register. However many new council houses we actually build. For some, it may not be ideal, but at least it's open to them to lower their expectations and still find a home in the city. But others cannot access anything at all in the city, yet they do vital work here. We have long argued for the Council to invest directly in homes outside the housing revenue account, which they could let to key workers at sub-market rents. The Council has dipped its toe in this, and the sky did not fall in. So we propose that the Council takes stock and looks at how this can be expanded with some of the Council's sizable reserve. On other matters of broad budget strategy, we are concerned at this decision not to budget for inflation. Mr. Mayor, this may have started life as a very small issue last autumn when inflation was a lot lower. Inflation has taken off. It has grown into a massive stealth cutback of at least £1.5 million, which is probably by far the budget's largest revenue measure. And it has a completely scattergun effect across the Council's services, which is both beyond scrutiny and beyond accountability. We are unhappy on this side that this leaves council officers with no-win choices, which should really have been the transparent choices of elected representatives, who seem to have bridled at that task. Our amendment makes for councillors to monitor and guide the choices through the year that officers will have to make. Doing it afterwards and halfway through the year in the MTFS is really too late. Through our amendment, we want the council to respond more specifically than it has to the aftermath of COVID. Seek to provide extra support to two groups among those who have been most negatively impacted by the COVID pandemic. The elderly, especially those living alone, who have been encouraged to avoid the company of others for 2 long years and who are nervous about re-engagement with wider society. And the young, particularly those from disadvantaged homes, where the impact of the pandemic has been disproportionately pernicious, as we all know, who have missed a large amount of formal schooling and have fallen behind in both socialisation and education, just when real household incomes start to contract. These are unprecedented situations and huge challenges. To avoid the impact on either of these groups becoming permanent and reinforcing the seeds of inequality, we think it's a compelling task for an engaged council to contribute over and above its normal programmes of community support. Mr. Mayor, Lib Dem proposals take forward a series of matters that are otherwise in danger of being forgotten, unrecognised. We propose to build on last October's commitment from this council to work with others to address the problem of noisy, antisocial use of vehicles by funding a technological solution that is being adopted elsewhere. We propose to recognise in a modest way the tough 2 years market traders have experienced keeping healthy open-air retailing going during much of the pandemic, despite enforced breaks and modifications in their routines. We propose to respond to the development pressures, the considerable development pressures within Cambridge, by strengthening the hard-working planning enforcement team, which has a year's worth of cases in backlog and doesn't have the proactive programme of enforcement that we really need if our approvals and conditions are to be respected. It's relying just on people complaining. And we propose the provision of an electricity supply in Hobson Square, Trumpington, to enable emission-free use by outdoor traders and for small events, which are badly needed there to help that square fill out its mission as a more vibrant centre of the new community than it has sadly so far managed. So, Mr. Mayor, my colleagues will now take over and say some more about our amendment. Councillor Payne first.
Thanks, Councillor Vick. It's been 2 years since we last discussed the budget session report here in this chamber, and fond as our memories of sitting squabbling on Teams about the Cambridge cows all night might be, if you missed it, you missed out. I'm sure many of us are enjoying being back in the chamber and back out and about, doing things we love and seeing the people that we care about. We know that lockdown in the last 2 years hasn't been easy for anyone, and during the pandemic, residents across the city worked together to support and look out for their neighbours. However, as we now emerge from the pandemic, we face a new and different challenge of supporting people as they find their feet again, as they renew those previous connections and start to develop new routines. I think it's really important that we recognise the level of uncertainty and anxiety that people are still feeling, despite Boris Johnson's claims that the pandemic has disappeared overnight, and actually recognise that a 1.5 years of very sudden forced isolation, cutting yourself off from socialisation, from friends, and from normal life experiences, is actually quite traumatic for young and old alike. School children spent big chunks of actually 2 academic years being educated online and missing out on the many enrichment opportunities that schools and local groups would normally offer. Sports clubs, arts and crafts, music lessons and playgroups are vital to young people's emotional development, self-confidence, their well-being and their physical and mental health. This is why our amendment proposes to support the joint administration at the County Council in establishing their COVID catch-up fund for school-aged children, support schools and other organisations to offer school clubs and enrichment opportunities. These will benefit young people across the city and across the county, and I think after such a long 2 years, we deserve to recognise the efforts of young people who actually did incredibly brave things, mainly to protect those around them and for the benefit of others. In a similar position, but for quite a different reason, are our older and more clinically vulnerable residents who were driven into their homes during the pandemic to keep themselves safe from a virus which placed them at disproportionate risk. The fear and the anxiety of needing to separate yourself from the world for your own safety leaves a mark that won't easily be removed. In my ward and in many others across the city, I'm meeting people who've spent a great deal of time alone, and now as they seek to come back into society, they're finding that the landscape has changed. The voluntary groups and the organisations that used to go along to either no longer do, or maybe now they meet on Zoom, or there's a new organiser whose details they don't know, or only online, and there are new clubs and organisations popping up to fill those gaps. And navigating that new landscape is challenging, particularly for people who might have limited internet access or limited use of technology. Therefore, our amendment seeks to support the work of the Care Network by adding an increased amount to the community grant the council has already offered them for focus work to support the most isolated members of our community. The Care Network will bring an invaluable source of knowledge and contacts with them to this work, which was why we've sought here to add to and better support what they're already planning to do, rather than layer an additional structure over the top. Joining those dots and empowering communities to rebuild will be vital over the next 12 months, and we believe it's important the council does everything it can to support this. Another big change since our last budget set report in this chamber is what the roads look like. I remember at the start of lockdown a number of really quite eerie videos on social media which showed major cities like London, Paris, Milan, all absolutely silent and still. And one of the most immediate changes we noticed in Cambridge when lockdown started was that suddenly all the cars just went away and you could walk down the middle of a road without anyone coming up behind you. This is no longer the case, and oh my goodness, the roads are not silent now. And across the city, residents are writing to their councillors to complain about noisy exhausts, revving engines, and the roads being used as racetracks. Following our motion on this in October, brought by Councillor Hawke, our amendment proposes taking concrete action to tackle this by installing 2 acoustic monitoring cameras. These cameras are being increasingly used successfully by the councils, and our amendment offers an opportunity to trial these here in Cambridge. Antisocial driving affects community wellbeing, community safety and the environment, all of which are priorities of the City Council, and therefore dealing with it should be a priority for us too. Finally, Cambridge is woefully behind in its quest to be a zero-waste city, and from opposition, the Liberal Democrats have been working hard to push the council in the right direction, most notably including Councillor Porra's excellent plastic-free events motion at the last council. Separate food waste recycling actually reduces the amount of food wasted overall because it raises awareness of how much food your household is wasting, and as you make an effort to separate it into a separate bin, you see what actually is there and you start to take notice of it. 50% of councils currently offer weekly food recycling collections, whereas in Cambridge, we're still only trialling this in very select areas. Even more concerning is the lack of a plan for what happens at the end of this trial. There's been a very successful uptake to the food waste recycling, so it seems very strange to us that the administration are not proactively planning to expand and increase on that. In fact, they're not even planning to keep it the same. What happens when the food waste recycling trial finishes in May appears to be some great mystery to which no one knows the answer. Our amendment asks for a proper plan to increase that trial as much as is possible and encourages further publicity of a home composting scheme so residents can continue their efforts to reduce waste. In name-dropping Councillor Porra, with our thanks to her for her excellent work to make our open spaces both herbicide-free and plastic-free over the last year, I'm now equally delighted to give way to her to speak about other items in our amendment.
Very much, Councillor Payne. I'd like to speak about several of the items within this amendment, starting with the most pressing, which is obviously climate change. I think Councillors Vick and Dale have already highlighted our concerns that the Labour budget doesn't perhaps go far enough to support our determination to change this for the better, and our amendments, we hope, will address this. Firstly, we're asking for some reports to the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee in July. I really hope that the ruling group will appreciate that these are put forward in good faith to facilitate a cross-party discussion and to develop these ideas and work out costings, rather than trying to force something through without debate at this meeting. In terms of the report on the City Council's approach to EV on-street charging, this is something that so many residents have raised with me, unprompted, on the doorstep or by emailing me or with casework. And so many people say that the biggest barrier they see to buying their new car or their next car as an EV vehicle is that they cannot see how or where to charge it on our busy, often terraced streets where there's no frontages or somewhere to park. We have a huge opportunity to work with our county council colleagues on this and other stakeholders. And I note with pleasure that we are trialling charges in a couple of wards, and we're planning to expand the general charging network. But this doesn't really work for people in terraced houses with nowhere to put their cars to charge them. We need to look at Bristol, London boroughs, where the lamppost charging is happening. Spaces are set aside for fast chargers. We need to look at the speed of chargers, rapid or fast or slow, trickle, all of those different things. And we need to look at the electricity supply across our city so we can identify where there might be limits on what we can do. We don't really have time to wait. Every month we delay, it's a lost opportunity for someone who is going to buy an EV car will then buy a petrol or diesel one, which is more polluting and less sustainable. Obviously, in the future, I hope we move to a car-free city with better transport. But for the moment, we need to act fast to sort this out. We asked for a similar report to the Environment Committee about the need to improve our coordinated support and encouragement for insulation on private homes. So many of us want to improve this, but it's really hard to know where to start and what to do. We have made good progress, which I acknowledge. We've got the booklets on retrofitting. We've got the Home Retrofit Coordinator, which I think Councillor Moore mentioned. And this report would help us work cross-party to build on this and push it further. And again, review any funding needed together, because I think we all believe this is very important. We know that a huge amount of the progress we can make in reducing the terrible impacts of climate change can be achieved by us in our own homes, whether that's rented or owned. It stops us wasting the heat and reduces the need to turn on heating. We are doing this with council-owned homes, but far more of the city housing stock, as Councillor Bennett has mentioned, does need this. And it's not in our direct control, but people are desperate for advice and help with this. This has always been a climate change priority, but I think as various people have mentioned, including Councillor Davey, the massive increases in electricity and gas bills will make this even more important, particularly for those on lower incomes. We want to drive change here across the chamber for both homeowners and landlords, so we use less and pay less. So I hope that you will, across the chamber, support this proposal. Next, I want to mention our market traders. I note that the ruling group haven't increased the rents for street traders or the costs for taxes, quite understandably. So it does seem strange that an increase is coming forward only for our market traders. Our modest proposal is for a 3-month delay to implement the price rises, so that we hope this will allow trade to return to pre-pandemic levels, visitors to come back in larger numbers and to support our traders. We on this side value our market traders and the open air provision in these pandemic times that they provide. And we hope that this small amendment will give them a chance to recover for both existing traders and for new ones to establish themselves. Next, I want to speak on the need for more planning enforcement across our city. As many members in this chamber who sit on planning committees with me will know, we should be proud of the care and attention given to imposing strict conditions on our developments, but there's no point doing this if we can't enforce it. Our officer team in enforcement do not have the resource to do this, so this is no criticism of the officers. We just want to give them more support. We have as many outstanding cases as we have resolved ones last year. We lack proactive enforcement around the city, and this post will provide for this, dealing with the backlog and then moving to looking forward. I have yet to meet a Cambridge resident who's noted that our enforcement is too strict in Cambridge, but I've met many who feel it is not strong enough and whose lives are affected negatively when timely enforcement is not carried out. So this bid is to support our officers further by resourcing them better, to ensure that our special city is not damaged by poorly built developments or damage to our vital biodiversity. And finally, I want to mention the bids for the electrics in Hobson Square in Trumpington. It's a new and thriving part of our city, which we welcome, and they deserve a vibrant and thriving town centre. Currently, it's hard for stalls to set up there or events to take place without an electricity supply, and they've been beset with delays in other infrastructures, as we all know. There are the obvious climate benefits of this, as it would allow a sustainable power source, So let's, much as I hate to say it, let's level up with Trumpington and not leave them out in the cold. I would therefore urge you to support these Liberal Democrat amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porra. How long do I have?
I'd say about 12 minutes now. No, about 15 minutes, I'm sorry.
I had a 25-minute presentation on inflation, but I'll need to cut that down.
So we're going to, sorry, just to recap that, we're actually going to 8:07, if that helps. That's the exact time.
Thank you very much. Now, so thank you to colleagues. I would like to further expand on two items included as non-financial proposals shown on page 433 of the pack. First of all, I would like to look at the proposals we have made for developing the strategy for delivering key worker housing, probably through the expansion of the Cambridge City Housing Company. I think we are all acutely aware that Cambridge has a housing crisis, and it is only getting worse. This crisis will be partly alleviated by building new council houses, and that's something that we do strongly support. However, as a group, and we've long argued that solving this crisis also requires intervention to support provision of a broader diversity of homes. The pandemic has further underlined the critical role that key workers play in holding our community together. Right now, teachers, medics, social workers and firefighters struggle to afford to live in Cambridge, and that is placing greater and greater pressure on key local services. At the moment, our council offers very little for these residents, as they are frequently deemed to be a low priority on the housing needs register. They don't really see much from what we are offering. Before inequality gets any worse in Cambridge, we need to finally start taking real action on this issue. And I think revitalising the City Housing Company is a potentially very important step. As an example, in my ward, West Chesterton, over the last year, there's been much debate about the Milton Road Library site. And we were all very, very frustrated to see new apartments that had been built by a county council-owned company left empty. And we've now seen that site being bought up privately, probably as an investment. Now, most of that issue is a hangover from the previous county council administration. But as a city council, I must admit, it did feel frustrating that we didn't have structures in place where we could take opportunities like that. And hopefully, if we really were to look at this now and start to develop this strategy, those are the sorts of opportunities we'll be able to take in the future. Secondly, I would also like to explain our proposal regarding inflation reporting. As an accountant, I get all of the most interesting topics. I think the most easy way for me to actually demonstrate this is if people were to refer to page 394 of the pack, which is where the Appendix E Equalities Impact Assessment for the main budget starts. You'll see that within that assessment, the way that it is done is the major bids and savings that may have an impact are identified and then they are reviewed. Now, at the moment, the biggest saving in the entire budget is this inflation adjustment or lack thereof. Now, this is something that causes us very significant concern. And I do appreciate that Councillor Davey is recognising that, but we do need to make sure there is concrete proposals in place so that we as councillors have clear and transparent responsibilities to our voters when ultimately savings are going to be needed. I will keep it short. So, given the excellent explanations already provided by my fellow group members, I think our group amendment does recognise the significant financial challenges that are currently faced by this council and all local government. But we have brought forward a number of strategies that I think will hopefully help ensure a fair and equitable response to the pandemic, that continue to challenge for urgent and more ambitious action to combat the climate emergency, and that finally identify and some of the opportunities and concerns that we could actually take steps now so that, so that ultimately we deliver outcomes for the city in the coming year. Finally, I would just like to thank the officers who've helped us in the preparation of these documents. As ever, they've provided us with excellent support, and I would like to commend our amendment to this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That then takes us to Councillor Bennett. And you also have up to 45 minutes, but I'm reliably informed that you won't need 45 minutes. But when you finish, as agreed with group leaders, Councillors Anna Smith and Councillor Payne will respond, and they will have 5 minutes each to do that. Thank you.
And I want to talk to you first about actually do the budget reports and accounting. And you may think this is an odd thing for a Green politician to be talking about. The planet's
Councillor
on
Bennett,
fire.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you in full flow, but the microphone's not picking you up. So perhaps if you stand back just a little bit, perhaps. Or just, yeah, or absolutely, just do it, sit down, that's fine. If that's better for you anyway, so let's just do it that way. That's better.
Okay. Is that any better?
Yep, absolutely. Receive loud and clear, thank you.
Right. Well, I'll start from where I... Okay. I wanted to start by talking to you about the budget setting process and accounts, information that the council prepares. You might think this is an odd thing for a Green politician to be concerned about because the planet's on fire. You know, we've had 4 serious storms this week. We're losing our biodiversity. Species are going extinct. And we are nowhere near meeting our carbon emissions reduction targets. But I do want to talk about them. And the reason I want to talk about them is that we're about to start a large cost-cutting programme, and that programme is going to fail unless we have the public support. At the moment, the public do not understand. Cambridge is a rich city. People do not understand that a rich city does not mean a rich council. They do not understand how precarious the council's finances are. They see more money going into the council coffers than they will ever see in their lifetime. They do not understand why there isn't money for them or the projects they want to see. Even the most motivated green activists do not understand why there is not money for retrofits. These are the people we need to take with us. And at the moment, we're not even off the starting blocks. So I've already called, as some of you may know, to adopt some modern alternative reporting for the housing revenue accounts. And I hope that those changes that we will hopefully all work on together will lead through to things that we can also use in the general fund accounting. Because accounting, to me, is management information. And without information, we can't persuade and we can't take the public with us. So that is why I've talked so much about accountancy in the Green Budget Report. However, I do wish to be clear, I don't think it's just the public who are left confused by the council's accounting information and budgeting processes. I think there are a number of councillors who are uncomfortable with it and do not feel they can fully engage with the process, or who rely on 1 or 2 particularly financially literate colleagues to get them through. And this has to change because we are in a desperate situation and it needs all our contributions to get through. And therefore we need to be empowered to all sort of engage and make those contributions. So I know that people don't want to talk about accounting, but this is why I've mentioned it. I'm not going to talk through all my budget report because some of it's already been covered as we go along. But one of the things I want to talk about is it's not just what we spend, but it's how we spend it. And I'd particularly like to talk about grants here, both the grants we receive and the grants we give out. Mike Davey has spoken previously about how brutal the grant system is, how grants appear, have to be grabbed, and then disappear, how we are set in a cruel game where we compete against other councils for a tiny pot of money that's inadequate, and how we all have to spend, all the local authorities have to spend money preparing their bids for these grants, and the winners take all. The losers are actually worse off than if they had never applied for grants because they burned up valuable staff time. Because people are so used to the inadequacies of the government grant system, I think people have stopped complaining about them and saying how bad they are and how wrong they are. And this has to stop. We have to go on complaining, and we have to complain in a way that the public understands. And until that happens, we will continue to have small short-term grants, which are quite often not new money, but money diverted from other purposes. Grants which appear and then disappear before we can make use of them. Grants which are produced because the government has got nearly to the end of its financial year and has little money left in the kitty, and are then rushed out, such as our Green Business Grant, which was produced, which came out in January. The pot was fully utilised by February the 9th and would have closed in any case on 31 March. And because of that tight timescale, it was almost impossible for smaller businesses and charities to actually get in and access that pot. Most of that grant, you will find, has gone to larger companies who might even have been able to afford to make those payments themselves. So we need to campaign for a kind of grant system for us, but we also need to make sure that we are not perpetuating mistakes of Westminster in our own grants and work with communities. I know that many councillors are personally involved in at least one community project or charity. It's very close to our hearts. And we know how, from experience, how demoralising and exhausting the grant process is for smaller charities and community groups. And one of the questions that we wanted to ask as part of our budget scrutiny was what we could do to streamline our grants processes groups. And I think Anna will have something to say about that when it comes to her turn, and how we can avoid perpetrating the problems that we ourselves face. It's a particularly acute problem now because many charities face increased demands following lockdown with depleted resources. My own most prominent ward charity has, in some ways, had a good lockdown. It's come out with a much higher profile and has done some good work. But it now means that it is facing an avalanche of new demands from the community on the same level of staffing and funding. Something has to give. We had originally intended to put in a proposal for more community grant funding, but when we started looking at the system, we felt that actually change has to happen first. And we need to sort of perform a structural review. And some of the things that we'd like to propose is moving away from annual grants to triennial grants for some of our more important communities, organisations. For example, Citizens Advice Bureau, we can't really manage without it, but we're putting them through an annual grant application every year, which burns up valuable staff time, and it also leaves their workers insecure because they never know that next year's funding is going to come. As a council, we want to be a good employer, and it's also important that we allow other people to be good employers too. The other issue is that community organisation leaders complain that they are sort of forever chasing small grants, and what we actually need is fewer small grants that they have to chase up, apply for and run down, and perhaps more centralised community pots. Changes alone, it will make better use of our grant budget. We may not be able to increase the budget, but we can make it more effective. Then I've got one last thing to say on grants, which is that there's a lot of talk about getting a business community to contribute to community projects and charities. And whenever I see this, I'm always a bit cynical because there are businesses that are very heavily involved in community projects. And there have been for years. I come from an accountancy background, and every accountancy practice will have long-term relationships with charities. Grant Thornton, for example, has been involved in the Youth Hostel Association for 30 years. These are existing commitments and relationships which are very strong. You know, they are not up for grabs. There are some limited business pots which I think can be accessed. And these are particularly, and I think here we're particularly dealing with small owner-managed businesses. I have a small owner-managed business myself, and I can tell you that I am besieged by grant applications. I do not have the time or resources to process any of them. And I think that for smaller businesses who do want to be involved in the community and do want to be charitable, there would be some benefit in having a matched pot scheme with the council that businesses could contribute to and know that somebody sensible is making sure that the right charity is benefiting. There are a lot of smaller businesses that got their fingers burnt on Kids Company, which was a very painful and damaging collapse. People do not want to have their reputations damaged, and I think this is a case where the council could do something very positive that would bring some more money into community projects and also benefit smaller businesses. Mr. Mayor, how am I doing? The time?
Well, your time started at 45 minutes. You've got till 8:40.
I think I've said everything I want to say for now. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm just going to shut up.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. In that case, then, as previously agreed, I'll call on Councillor Anna Smith and Councillor Payne to respond. Councillor Smith, would you like to take the first one?
I'm just checking the time to make sure I don't go over. So when you're standing in between...
Yeah, sorry, I should have said that is 5 minutes each. I'm sorry,
when you're standing between people and their break, you want to make sure you stick to time. I want to thank the Green and Independent Group for tabling a statement this evening and for taking the time to talk it through. Although there isn't a formal debate on this, I think it is important that there is a response, so I'm glad to be doing that on behalf of the Labour Group. So just a couple of reflections. With regard to the budget presentation and process, I would want to reassure the Chamber and Councillor Bennett particularly that this work has been in our minds for some time already and has been under discussion actively for many months, even before I became leader, in fact. And it's good too to see the Green and Independent group share my concern and the concern I know of many of us of the inflexibility of many of the funding sources we receive. I said recently in an article in the local paper that there are too many grants which are ring-fenced, which is not helpful, and are one-offs. And although they can be welcome, the trouble for us is that what we need is return of things like the government core grant. So I'm sure that those grants are could be improved from a government level, and I can reassure the Chamber that neither I nor Councillor Davey have any intention of stopping taking those arguments back to the government. And I think already, to be honest, the new, whatever it's called now, Ministry for Levelling Up, is fed up with letters from me. I suspect I have my own personal annoying council leader inbox. With reference to the specific proposal, which is focused on the grants process, this is something, again, that has been under discussion for quite some time. And in fact, before the pandemic, we'd already done quite a bit to simplify the process, and officers always work incredibly hard to support applicants through that, and to signpost things like other grant pots where that criteria isn't met, and to give them advice in how they might apply for that. But we also discussed quite intensively what we should do next and how we can improve things further. And I recognise many of those suggestions in the statement because they're things that myself and officers discussed together or heard from our partners. Now, COVID inevitably focused the work of our communities team on the meeting of immediate needs, and we had to pause some of those discussions. That work will continue to happen. So I want to reassure Councillor Bennett of that this work is already going on. And similarly, work with our local business community has been going on for some time. We are very, very fortunate in Cambridge to have many local businesses who are very keen to work with us in a meaningful partnership. And I've lost count of the number of really excellent discussions I've had with business partners, but also with officers in the council to talk about how we can make that relationship work really well. So again, I welcome the support of the Green and Independent group for the work that we are already doing in that regard. And with that in mind, I think what I'd want to say is that officers are always willing to outline plans and decisions to any member before we get to that budget scrutiny process, so that it's clear what's already happening. And I would certainly be delighted to receive any suggestions about how we can improve our internal communications in that regard, so that people don't have to wait for the budget to ask those questions. And perhaps we might use the additional capacity of our new communications officer to support that. But thank you for reflecting on those things tonight, and thank you for giving me the chance to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Payne.
Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillors Bennett, Copley and Davis for their statement, which we very much welcome. And the points you made very well resonate very firmly with us on this side of the chamber also. I think we very much appreciate the request for simpler approaches to representing the budget. The budget setting process is complicated because the budget is complicated. And much as I do think that even those councillors who would be less well versed in finance, in which I very, very much count myself, I think we have a duty to do our utmost to understand that complexity. And as elected representatives, we have a duty to make that effort to understand the difficulties of it. Any effort can be made to convey that required level of difficulty without dumbing it down, but making it slightly more penetrable, are very much welcome. And I'm sure our more financially literate councillors in the chamber would appreciate not having queues of confused people asking them questions at this time of year. We feel that the frequently asked questions example that you offered is a very clear and digestible example of how some of the complex areas could be illustrated, and therefore welcome the suggestion of representation and look forward to the myths clearing more quickly in future. We very much share the hope expressed in the statement that research into divesting the Treasury fund is also ongoing, and that it's in process and it's determined. I think that's very much a cross-party consensus in this chamber that that's important and yet difficult work to do. In terms of the city's grant schemes, I've spoken in this chamber before about the need for the community's portfolio to demonstrate the rigour and the thorough impact evaluation that's expected of other areas of the council. I know the Ruling Group greatly prides itself on the community grant schemes, and we are very fortunate in Cambridge to receive applications from such a range of interesting and committed causes who've managed to go through a very difficult but thorough process led and managed by an excellent officer team. However, it is a huge effort for those groups to do that every single year. And it seems ridiculous. I was going to use the example of the Citizens Advice Bureau also, that we take groups which we cannot afford to fail and make them jump back through those hoops every year, coming back to us begging bowl in hand, rather than offering a 3 or 5, or in the case of the CAB, maybe even 10-year grant to allow them to develop the new projects over a sensible time frame that's proportionate to the scale and the importance of the work they're doing. This sort of fiddling around with small one-year grants simply doesn't work for everyone, and it means as a council, we're also living hand to mouth to see who comes back to us to jump back to the hoops again next year. There's also, I've noted before, no evaluation process at all to examine the extent to which each successful grant actually succeeds in delivering their aims and in helping the City Council meet its anti-poverty objectives. So we very much agree that a more rigorous, impact-focused and flexible approach to the grant scheme is essential to ensuring that the grants really are an investment in our city and not just virtue signalling. Therefore, to conclude, we welcome the Green Independence Statement and we hope the Green Group will respond in the spirit that the statement and indeed our amendment are offered, which is a fair and positive scrutiny and challenge with the shared goal of ensuring that our council delivers what it promises to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all your timely responses and contributions so far. It's much appreciated. With members' assent, shall we say a 20-minute break? Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I think that's another extra 5 minutes. I was feeling particularly generous. So, shall we now debate the Liberal Democrat alternative budget as an amendment which is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Executive councillors and spokespersons can have up to 5 minutes and other members 3 minutes. Councillor Davey has right to reply, up to 5 minutes at the end. Is there any debate? I had to ask, didn't I, at least? Okay, I have councillors Healy, Ashton, Floberg and Hawke. Have I missed anybody? Okay, we can also, you can always indicate anyway. Councillor Shell, Councillor Bennett.
Councillor Moores. One more.
Okay, don't worry. I've got as far as Councillor Moore and I'll leave it there and I'll pick up the others as we go through. So, Councillor Healy, you have the honour of being the very first.
Sorry, sorry, that was very loud. So there's no order in terms of the specific things in the amendment. We can just choose any of them, yeah? Perfect, right. Okay, so what I'd like to query is budget bid B0005 in relation to the 10K for the care network. I do find this amendment quite puzzling. As the chair of the Environment and Communities Committee, obviously the Lib Dems and Councillor Payne all approved the community grants budget, so it's quite puzzling that they then, the following week at the Strategy and Resources Committee, then put forward this amendment for 10K for the care network, which, you know, it's really surprising that they didn't bring it up when we approved the community grants the previous week. It's, you know, quite surprising. And I also find it quite strange that the group itself were not consulted. So they didn't, as far as I'm aware, they didn't actually speak to the care network before they proposed this 10,000 to them. You know, and that's supposed not the way that I would do things in terms of consulting with the community groups directly. You know, so, you know, as I said, you know, I would query this particular bid. And I think surely the health and social care budget would be more the appropriate budget to seek this 10,000 from. There's obviously a 500 million a budget for health and social care across the county, and I know that the care network get over 500,000 already allocated, and there is a significantly higher specific COVID-related budget from the county compared to the one from the City Council. And I am surprised as well, having mentioned it previously at the Strategy and Resources Subcommittee, that they didn't directly approach the health committee, the health and what's the committee called? You know what I mean? Committee at the County Council, to see if it might be available from them. You know, as I said, you know, this was not even raised at the meeting where we approved the communities grant, and they voted through the proposed grant allocation. So it's very strange that the following week they've then put forward this. So yeah, I would raise concerns about that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that contribution. Councillor Ashton, it is yours.
Thank you. I'd just like to make some observations. First of all, on the belief in council homes. In my ward in Cherry Hinton, when the Lib Dems were in administration, they demolished council homes on 100% council-owned sites. And they sold off some of these houses to the private sector to go to private people, not for council tenants. Also, there was Councillor Bick mentioned planning takes so long, so we need to get things sorted out now. And I remember those days, Councillor Bick, when I first started and you were in charge, And I challenge you on why it took so long for some of the Lib Dems administration policies to take place. And you came back with that famous terminology, slippage. I don't think Councillor Davies used that one yet, so maybe in future he can use slippage because you recognise that one. Electric charging on our roads and streets. Well, these are controlled by the county, and we're very fortunate to have the leader of the county in our midst. So it would be nice in future to have the leader of the county inform us what they can do to ensure we get charging on all our streets. And finally, inflation is a big concern. Yet the head of our financial services, Caroline Reber, and we can read it all, I therefore consider that the estimates for the financial year 2022-23 to be sufficiently robust and the financial reserves up to the 31st of March 2023 to be adequate. So our own financial officer says that we are working within the guidelines that's required. So hopefully we're there really, what have you. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that swift reply. Councillor Flaberg, it's yours.
To speak in support of our budget amendment to install the missing electricity supplied in Hobson Square in my ward, Trumpington. As you know, there has been a huge amount of development in my ward over the last few years, but unfortunately, various delays and difficulties with getting the local infrastructure and amenities in place has meant that we sometimes feel like we have been forgotten and left behind. What we are asking tonight, it's relatively a small part of all we need in Trumpington. We need to start somewhere, we believe. We also recognize that the budget is stretched, but we feel that improving this small-scale infrastructure will have a direct impact on businesses and positive indirect effects on the rest of the community. At the moment, the importance of building up our already vibrant community is crucial, especially post-COVID lockdowns. With so many of us moving here in the last few years, we now expect the same kind of amenities as any other neighborhood center around the city. Installing an electricity supply would expand the number of stalls and events we could host in Hobson Square, attract more businesses, as I said before. We know that has already taken place to establish Trumpington as a thriving local community with Hobson Square at its heart. It also means that we can have a resource for any future events, avoiding the fossil fuel that so often power generators need. This is obviously crucial in our current climate emergency declared in this chamber. So I would urge the ruling group and the rest of the members to forget about colors and symbols today and work constructively to achieve our common goal, to make our city a better place for residents. Just those in your own words, and to provide a new and exciting resource for residents and visitors to enjoy Trumpington.
Councillor Hawke, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Hard act to follow. Mr. Mayor, in our last council meeting in October, we promised Cambridge residents to take action against antisocial driving, and in particular against noisy car and moped racers, who can literally drive us crazy. Our residents are still waiting, and they keep urging us to do something about this problem. There's hardly a door knocking round where this issue doesn't come up, from King's Hedges Road to the Trumpington Park and Ride. Our current approach with conventional policing is clearly not effective enough. We are proposing a very concrete step forward. Get some of the new acoustic monitoring cameras in Cambridge to deter noisy racers around the city. This would cost us £49,000 for 2 special acoustic monitoring cameras. They could be used to enforce noise as well as speed levels on well-known racing circuits around our city. The new technology is already being used by a number of French cities and has recently been adopted by some London boroughs. If we are serious, we need the kind of technological solution it shouldn't just be an isolated action. It needs to be coordinated with the police, the County Highways Authority and the Vision Zero partnership. But the City Council can prompt the necessary priority and accelerate the process by providing funding for these cameras. Mr. Mayor, it feels to me that the City Council should build on its consensus about this problem by putting its money where its mouth is. And I hope that you are going to support the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make one very quick point about EV charging and EV charging infrastructure. The point is well made that this is something that we need to think about going forward. However, I think it is an exaggeration on the part of the opposition to say that it's the major obstacle in the way of switching to electric vehicles. I still, when I drive, which is amateurs, when I do drive, it's the 20-year-old car, 19-year-old car that I bought for £700. I've looked up while we were talking what the most affordable, the lowest priced electric car would be, and it's the Skoda out, but it's something I would have to empty out every sock and actually use up my life savings. That's the obstacle. That's the obstacle, not the lack of EV charging points in the city. So I think maybe we can hope that as things goes forward, prices will start to come down, and we will get to a stage in the future where second-hand electric vehicles are possible for people like me. But in the immediate, I think it is a bit of an exaggeration to say that a lack of those charging points is the major obstacle to people switching from traditional vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bennett, please just stay seated, just use the microphone.
You'll hear me? You'll probably wish you hadn't, because I want to talk about inflation. On the Lib Dem Group's non-financial proposals, and particularly in my day job, I'm doing sort of budget cuts and other restructuring things. Yes, I do quite often start by taking out any inflation linking, but I don't normally stop there. And the reason for that is that everybody has their own different rate of inflation. I understand some of you have been following Jack Monroe and her tweets about supermarket prices and the Vines Boots Index. Well, we may not have anything as dramatic as that in the council budgets, but certainly we will have different rates of inflation for different commodities, and different services will be under more pressure than others. So while it's good to think about maybe taking out inflation proofing, that shouldn't be where we stop, because it's too simplistic and unfair. Okay. Housing opportunities in Cambridge. I think most people know that I do agree very firmly that we have a problem in terms of young people and their access to housing, and particularly young care leavers and young key workers. And I do think we have to look very widely about what we can do for them. Maybe we should be building on top of Sainsbury's at Coldham's Lane. Maybe we should be building on top of Tesco, as the London councils have done. But we really cannot afford to pretend that just by building a few extra houses, we are going to solve Cambridge's unaffordability problem, which has gone up sharply even over the pandemic. We cannot build enough houses because there isn't enough places to put them. You know, it doesn't work. We have to look at infills. We have to look at commercial office conversions. We have to look at building on supermarkets. And we have to start looking now. In terms of climate change, I do hope that, you know, none of us will put party before planet, and we will simply ensure that we consider all positive proposals and work on them. And I would particularly ask councillors to think very hard about insulation. It is a proven technology. There are no labour shortages in terms of applying it. Pound for pound, it produces a greater reduction in carbon emissions than any other retrofit technology. We really should be doing all we can to encourage take-up across all three sectors on this as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith.
That's all these days, isn't it? Kind of mask off, clock set. I'll just set my timer. So I'm going to respond to most of the items that come under either my communities or my strategy remit, with the exception of item B0005, which Councillor Healy, who chairs Community and Environment Committee, has already so eloquently spoken to. Now, members will know that I'm really not averse to budget amendments and accepting them when they're when they are positive suggestions that add to the work that we do. And I do appreciate the good intentions that lie behind many of these amendments. However, many of these amendments either relate to things we already do or that we can do without the need for a budget bid. And to be honest, there seems to be a bit of a theme of that across many of the bids this evening, even the ones that don't sit within the area that I'm speaking to now. Item B0004 is quite an interesting one, because obviously we applaud the fact that the new joint administration at the council are becoming more interested again in young people's work, because for too long with the Tories, it felt a bit as if only the city was doing any engagement with young people in our town, in our city. And I want particularly to thank Councillor Bryony Goodliffe for the transformational work she's been doing with young people as chair of the committee at County. So it was a bit surprising when I got on the phone to Councillor Goodliffe about this bid. Right one. Oh, there I go. I got on the phone to Councillor Goodliffe about this amendment to discover that she knew nothing about it, which almost sounded as if the city are not talking to their colleagues in county, which seems a real shame. But in any something that we feel able to contribute to at this time, and that is because this is an area we are already, see the theme, putting significant investment into. About £150,000 of this year's Community Grants Fund go into this precise area already, not counting numerous other projects which include young people amongst their users. And that's without the extensive food and digital access work we've been supporting with partners such as Cambridge Sustainable Food and Cambridge Online. Now, I spoke to Councillor Goodliffe, and she's very appreciative of the work that the city is doing in this area already, and does not feel, as chair of that committee, that this city subsidy is needed at this time. But we do talk frequently about young people and anti-poverty work, and if there's any change in the future about what she feels is needed, she will say. We're also rejecting the call for a review of the scope of the housing company, largely again because this is something we're already doing. The report in the recent S&R papers made that clear. We are hoping to look at increasing the current holding of the housing company to 250 homes. And there's also a question of the definition of key workers. Now, we'd absolutely expect that many of the people who would benefit from these increases would be those with lower paid jobs in areas like health or emergency services. But with the definition of key worker being so vague nationally, we would not want to accidentally exclude essential lower paid workers who might not fall under the various key worker definitions. So our intention at this present time would be to not exclude any low paid workers or people in need of decent homes just because they didn't fit under a set definition. We'd want to look at an income definition for that instead. Now, we'll also be rejecting reduction in the communication budget, and here actually it is the opposite, because we want to be able to have the ability to do more than we are already doing. Now, no doubt this will be presented as an attempt to puff ourselves up, and nothing could be further from the truth. Quite rightly, we are often told that the way we communicate with our residents does not meet people where they are today in the modern world, that we could do more digitally, that we could improve the way we consult, that we could make what we say more accessible, more transparent. And that is what these posts are there to address. They will help us inform members of the public better about what we're doing, to reach a wider and more diverse group of residents, and improve the transparency of the council, to really improve engagement. And surely that's something that is important to all of us. And of course, these are things important to any council. So sadly, for that reason, we are not able to support any of those particular amendments put forward tonight, but thank you very much for bringing them to our attention.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moore.
I dropped my pen. So every year, the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee, we give an update on our climate change strategy and the Council's own carbon management plan. This, amongst a whole host of projects and areas of focus, includes our work on EV charging, recycling and retrofit. It does not make sense for officers to spend extra time writing extra reports when instead they could focus on the job in hand and update committee in October as planned. By keeping this annual reporting, it also enables us to measure our progress more effectively. Then to the wording of the amendment, presentations by opposition councillors and some of the debate. It's just simply not true that Cambridge City Council is behind on its actions on climate change. Yes, we're in a climate crisis and there's a lot more to do. But as our recent position at 17th out of 181 district councils on the recent climate emergency scorecard demonstrates, we are ahead of most local authorities in the UK. I must also say that, like some of my colleagues who've already spoken, I'm rather confused, Mr. Mayor, by the three topics relating to the climate crisis that the Lib Dems have chosen to focus on in their amendment. Do they not speak to each other? They have the leader of the county council, who is therefore the leader of the Highways Authority and the leader of the Waste Disposal Authority within their number. Council have been working to increase EV charging across the city, and yes, it's true, we've prioritised projects on our own land to ensure delivery. These projects are already hampered by grid capacity and the need to work with power networks, which delay and complicate delivery. Surely it makes most sense that the authority responsible for the pavements, the roads and the street lights to lead on on-street charging. However, we're very keen to work with them and add to the 2 on-street projects which started with the previous administration, and to use our officers' knowledge to facilitate a speedy rollout of on-street charging, grid capacity allowing. With regards to the citywide food waste collection, I know for a fact that I've said this previously in this chamber on a number of occasions, but we are just the collection authority. It is the county council who are the waste disposal authority. This means that we're responsible for collecting, recycling and waste, and the County Council are responsible for disposing of it. Their current contract with Amy is to collect food waste and garden waste together for it to be composted. If we were to collect waste separately, it would either just be then mixed with garden waste or would have no way of being disposed of. We, through RECAP, have been working with the County Council and we are working with Amy in our trial, as has been mentioned. Now, the trial, the reason we're doing a trial, it's not to see whether we can collect food waste. We know that we can collect food waste. It would be quite expensive if we were just to set out to buy new bin lorries to go around the city and provide a weekly collection. But the reason that we're doing a trial is to see whether Amy, who are the contracted waste disposers, whether they can handle the cornstarch bags that the food waste is collected in. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that if you collect the food waste within a plastic bag, then the success of the food waste trial is increased. We're very keen to work with the county. I can see that the leader of the County Council is shaking her head. So perhaps today she's going to announce that the County Council are going to invest in an anaerobic digester. We are very keen to work with them on that. If they are, we need an anaerobic digester it is, because that would determine waste, what sort of bags it goes in. There are some councils that they use actual plastic bags. They have a special machine that rips them open and then the food waste goes in the anaerobic digester. There are others where it needs to be collected with cardboard. This would impact what sort of bin lorry we have, whether we have separate bin lorries, whether we have pods. And last but not least, and our market traders very highly, which is why we've had a large package of support for them over the last 2 years and why we've got a multi-million-pound programme to invest in the market and the market square. Thank you.
The College, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to comment briefly on two of the proposals in this opposition amendment, CAP 006 and 007. So firstly, 006, the proposal to fund 2 acoustic monitoring cameras. I've made our commitment to addressing the nuisance and danger from antisocial driving very clear in a number of previous council meetings. I will say it again, I think it's something that all of us as members have had casework on, and it's clear that it is an increasing issue for our residents. So we appear to be fully in agreement that something needs to be done. Where we differ, however, is on how we reduce that nuisance. The evidence is not there to indicate the effectiveness of these cameras in tackling the problem. They are simply put unproven, and as such, it's not a responsible use of our resources, our scarce resources, to fund this proposal. The London scheme on which this proposal hinges so completely involves an entirely different set of circumstances. We're talking about up to 70 high-performance cars racing through Kensington. Also, thinking in practical terms, London boroughs have very different powers to a district council like us. So the London scheme was trialled in conjunction with PSPOs. Were we to go down that route, it would require a lot of officer time, a sufficient period of public consultation, which may or may not produce the evidence needed. As Highways Authority, County would need to be on board and approve installation. And from an environmental health point of view, we would be unable to enforce, contrary to what Councillor Houck seems to believe, because the law does not currently permit action against any noise coming from moving vehicles, such as those referred to in this proposal. The issue is real, I agree with you there. The proposal, however, as it stands, is not workable. So what we need to do now is work together with key partners, such as the Police and Crime Commissioner's Office, the County Council, to see where we can use and enhance existing initiatives, such as the Vision Zero partnership, to do this absolutely vital work. I just don't believe that it requires a bid of this type, a separate bid. Secondly, 007, the proposal for the electricity supply to Hobson Square for £20,000 to make markets and other events possible. It should be absolutely clear from our own budget the emphasis that we're putting on recovery. It's throughout, it's on every page of that budget. There are clear benefits here in terms of increasing vibrancy of local communities. That said, it's a small-scale project focusing on just one ward. I think every area deserves a thriving centre. So we would need, as I've said before, to look at this across the whole city, not just one ward. We're doing this, and I know that officers have already spent some considerable time scoping this, then let's have a whole programme, not just a single initiative. This budget amendment called for ambition, so let's actually be really ambitious and make it work for the whole city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to Councillor Smart, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things. So firstly, I'll pick up on one of the things the leader said about key workers before I go on to the main thing I want to say. So we've had this debate before about key workers about 3 years ago, and I spoke against it there when Councillor Bick mentioned it. So my problem with key workers is not the key workers, I'm one myself, but that it's difficult to define what a key worker is. So there are all sorts of lists of key workers, and the government provides one list. I don't know if I really want to read it all out now, actually, but it's quite long, about an A4 page. Maybe I won't. It'll be a bit boring, won't it? But it's a very long list, all right? You know, teachers, firefighters, transport workers, I won't go on, a lot of them. So, yeah, so I mean, what are we going to do with that? Are we going to say that some are more important than others, or all of them are on it, all of them aren't on it? And, you know, we've only got so many houses to give or so much resource to allocate. We're a small district council. Plus, I have a bigger sort of intellectual problem with that, really, this focus on jobs. So I remember when I was a younger parent going to sort of, you know, get-togethers or barbecues or something, and there are some parents that just want to say, what job do you do? What do you do? And life is more than just doing a job. It's about a life. You know, if somebody needs a hug, that's an important thing. If you want to actually do a pastime like pottery, weaving, knitting, whatever, that's important. You know, it's not about earning money necessarily that defines who you are. So I know that's a slight aside, but I think it's also an important approach to this subject of jobs, and I know that money makes the world go round, but, so my main point is, what are the Lib Dems for? What do they believe in? What are you doing here? We've got a budget of millions of pounds brought forward by Councillor Davey, who I have every trust to deliver an excellent budget for us and this Labour administration. And you've brought forward a few budget bits and bobs of a few tens of thousands of pounds, which we all know is really about you constructing stories for your leaflets. This is not a budget for Cambridge City Council. So really, you're just wasting our time. Councillor Bick said he would spend our reserves. This is a silly thing to say. As Councillor Daly said, once reserves are spent, they are spent. Once we've spent them, we have no more reserves. So we can't be doing that. You need to bring forward a budget that's a budget that can contrast and that we can use with our budget, not these sort of little add-ons, as if somehow it's something significant. It's not significant at all. It's a waste of time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. The Liberal Democrats propose to employ a senior planning enforcement officer within the shared service funded through a reduction in the corporate communications team. I do not propose to accept this. Specific parts of the planning budget are agreed with South Cambs as part of the shared service and passed by them, so I am not minded to amend it. However, it's worth noting that one amendment proposed at the South Cambs budget meeting on the 22nd was for an additional enforcement officer. It was made by the Conservative group. Seeing the Lib Dems and Conservatives united in their desire is giving me all sorts of flashbacks to 2010 and the beginning of a period of enormous hardship for so many. I don't think we want to revisit it. The main reason we don't want an additional enforcement officer is because at the moment we don't know if we need one. By far the biggest pressure in enforcement is around short-term lets and Airbnb. We currently have around 100 open. Dealing with these Airbnb takes a lot of time, sometimes over a year, and we need a lot of evidence. So perhaps we need an investigator, not an enforcement officer. That is why, as I said earlier, we are doing a service review, and that includes enforcement. As to the funding, I can understand why they may think that reducing people's understanding of how we manage to deliver our manifesto commitment is a good target. We happen to believe that councils must be transparent and open, and that the professionals who work in the comms team are a vital part of that, and that they would not do any work that had a party political dimension. The Liberal Democrats also call for us to bring a strategy to reduce car parking in the city. This seems to indicate another gap in understanding over how the GCP and county are proceeding in their consultations. They might like to have a word with their colleagues in Alconbury, where they would learn that any decision about car parking has to be made within the context of larger strategic decisions, and so to spend time on a formal strategy now would be most wasteful and ineffective. We are coming out of a pandemic, and we don't know yet what the pattern of car use will be in 6 or 12 months. We don't want to damage the recovery of our retail economy by taking decisions too soon. We have many conversations with officers about car parks, and we continue reviewing all issues affecting car parking. But bringing a strategy this year is premature. I'm therefore not able to accept this amendment either.
Thank you very much. Councillor Green.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I was so hopeful for this evening when I heard the new leader saying that she loves agreeing to sensible amendments. And then we heard all the barrage of contradictions for why even small, tiny amendments that were criticized for being so small that they could be neglected. Well, if they're so small, maybe you should just accept them and make life in the city just a tiny little bit better. But that doesn't seem to be the main objective of the ruling group, nor is the main objective addressing climate change and the climate emergency, despite of what the council unanimously decided was an emergency. So rather than rejecting that we need strategies in order to work with our partners, work with our county councillors in areas such as on-street charging, especially in your wards, dear colleagues. That's where we need the on-street parking. In some of the leafy wards, you have long drives and you could probably plug in your car in your drive. No, we reject this because it's a proposal from the Lib Dems. And dare I say, there are used electric cars for £700. Point you to one. There's also to say we are only the waste collection agency is ridiculous, right? The executive councillor doesn't seem to realize that residents are outraged by the lack of service on green bins that we've experienced over the last little while. And instead of apologizing to the residents of Cambridge, we hear that food waste shouldn't be collected separately because it's all the county council's fault. And then finally, the main excuse of the ruling group, we're doing it already, on insulation, right? You're not promoting insulation to a sufficient degree. You're not doing what you said you would in the very first divestment motion that I brought to the council over 5 years ago. You said you would upgrade our commercial property. You didn't do anything like that. So I think you should adopt these proposals and stop prevaricating. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is it me next? Thank you. Are you all right if is it okay if I speak sitting down? Because I think it'll make the microphone work better. Thank you. I was going to talk largely about the bid for children, and I am going to concentrate mostly on that because it's the thing closest to my heart in this amendment. The pandemic has hit children particularly hard across the county, and children of all ages have missed out on key milestones and activities. Birthdays celebrated at home with hardly any chance to talk to their friends, school transitions from primary and secondary missed and not celebrated. They've missed out on 2 years' worth of extracurricular activities, of sports matches, concerts, dance shows, and a huge range of other areas. And activities like these do an enormous amount to build social skills and confidence. And their absence has come alongside an enormous rise in anxiety and mental health problems for young people. The same period has also seen a huge rise in the number of children living in poverty, with a double-digit rise in the percentage of children on free school meals across the whole of Cambridgeshire. We know that growing up in poverty has an enormous impact on the life chances and educational opportunities for children. This £50,000 request is to try and ensure that the poorest children in our city get an increased opportunity to catch up on some of those experiences they have missed out on over the last 2 years. The County Council is running a scheme across the whole county, and this additional support would mean that more children in Cambridge would benefit. We know that Cambridge contains some of the most deprived wards in the county, and it would be wonderful to be able to support more children from those areas to experience the art, cultural and sporting activities which may have a life-changing impact. And Councillor Smith is right that I haven't talked to Brian in detail about this bid. That's because this is work we are already doing. But I am surprised that either Councillor Smith or Councillor Goodliff don't think that this money could be put to good use. So I was going to speak mainly about the money for disadvantaged children, but given that the County Council's role in electric vehicle charging and waste have been raised, I will touch on those too. At the County Council, we are trying extremely hard to work with our partners in all different ways to tackle climate change. But there is only so much we can do alone, and we can do much more quickly if we work together. We are all aware in this room of the financial challenges facing this council. The County Council has a even larger budget challenges given the very rapidly rising costs in social care services. And these budget constraints will undoubtedly constrain the speed at which we can tackle issues like electric vehicle charging. We also know that there are issues with the contract for waste disposal, but that doesn't mean that the city can't do its own bit and can't do things for itself. And I think that the plastic bag issue is a pathetic reason for not acting. Finally, I want to tackle Councillor Smart's point about what's the point of the Liberal Democrats. The point of the Liberal Democrats is that we are beating the Conservatives in elections, not only in Cambridgeshire, but across the country. We've beaten them in the county, we've beaten them in Cheshire and Amersham and in North Shropshire. And I'd really like to see the Labour Party doing a bit more of that.
Councillor Dave Bezier.
Thank you. I had to get up earlier. Just a response to Councillor Goering, really. I think you summed it up. Gary. You summed it up in your introduction, Councillor. And you answered your own point at the same time. Our leader said she would be prepared to listen to sensible amendments.
Councillor Pounds. You caught me out there, Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to respond to the comments about the green bins. We do know that the reason that the green bins have not all been collected recently is due to staff shortages. And we also know that the current staff have been working extraordinarily hard to try and catch up on the green bin collections, including working at the weekend on Saturdays to look after our residents. Thank you.
Just caught that. Councillor Lee, please.
It would be very easy for me to stand here and talk about how expensive Cambridge is and how the poor and young are living through a housing crisis. Now, I know that's a national problem, but it's particularly acute in Cambridge. It's a familiar story for anyone who lives in Cambridge, and everyone in this room is aware of it. It's a problem that I accept that Cambridge City Council and the ruling group acknowledges, and they're working to resolve, but I think we can and we should be doing more, especially for our key workers. Starting salaries for both nurses and teachers are under £26,000 a year, which represents take-home pay of under £1,779 a month. Unfortunately, the only reliable way many of our key workers have to find accommodation that is anywhere approaching affordable on the incomes they're on is to live in shared houses, and that's usually with strangers. I appreciate that for some people, this is a scenario that is something of a rite of passage, but in reality, it's rather more akin to time served. Obviously, I can't speak for everyone, but at the same time, I doubt there are many people in this room, if anyone, who aspires to live in a shared house, unless with their family. It's unacceptable that key workers too often have to live in shared houses or have to move away from Cambridge, and therefore face a time-consuming commute every day. And these are the very people that our society and lifestyles depend upon, as we're familiar with, due to the disruptions to the bin collections. These people educate our children, they look after our sick, and they put out our burning houses. How we treat them is a measure of our society, and to task them with such important work, but then deny them the opportunity to live amongst us in our communities reflects poorly on us. This is something I know all of us accept and want to do something about, but even with the best will in the world, we seem to be coming up short. Affordable houses all too often are not affordable. And this is why we in the Liberal Democrats propose that we define and develop a specific strategy to provide houses for our key workers in Cambridge, so that those contributing most to our society can afford to live amongst the communities they labour in, and so we can bring back some time towards their work-life balance. By creating a strategy, and no doubt part of this is defining what a key worker is to address Councillor Smart's problem, we can identify how we can best expand Cambridge City Housing Company to develop key worker housing to provide the best service to them in a way that allows our progress to be measured and assessed objectively in a way that is accountable to the good people of Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Payne, I will remind you that when I ring the bell, you've got another 30 seconds.
Oh no, I was done.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut you off. It's just a 30-second warning, but maybe I forgot to say that. Councillor Payne.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just to respond to two of the points made by colleagues opposite on the chamber. In terms of the amendment made to support the work of the care network, as far as I'm aware, from my understanding with the officer team, who I don't think are lying to me, they have consulted with the care network, who are very enthusiastic about this as a proposal. When the community grants bid first comes to the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee, there is always a delicate balancing act there to make sure that we give enough funding to worthwhile organisations. And the work the care network is proposing to do, to work with older communities, sounds to be exactly what this council needs at this time. And they have the contacts, they have the skills, they have the people to make that work far easier than we would do by trying to place further organisations on top of that. And I know the officers, when that bid came forwards, were in many ways slightly regretful not to be able to contribute more towards that. But it's a balancing act, I think, isn't it, between how much can go to one organisation, which then limits how you can support others to ensure a diversity of bids. So the care network have been consulted. The reason we didn't propose this at or before the committee was because I think that would make a complete mockery of the committee. It was at that committee which the bid was voted for. To propose that beforehand would suggest that that vote was already predetermined beforehand, which I'm sure other members would agree would be completely invalid. The reason we proposed this scheme within the city, and that's not to say we aren't talking to the county, as we very much are, the work of the County Council is multifaceted and is broad. This is an opportunity for us here now to do something within our city, within a proposal that is already existing, which we think would work very well. So I'm not quite sure why the Labour administration don't want to take that opportunity, I suppose just because it comes from a Liberal Democrat. On the noise cameras, I'm very glad we share a cross-party commitment and think that something needs to be done. But at this point, having whiffle-waffled about this since October, we would like to actually do something. The cost of 2 noise cameras is relatively small, but it would make a real, powerful, concrete impact. And it would start to show the people who race around our streets that actually we are serious about this, and it's not just woolly words. We haven't proposed the PSPO routes, which is one option that's been used in other councils. That is expensive, and the reason we haven't proposed it is because the County Council are already seeking the further enforcement powers required. This, again, is an opportunity for the city, who do have an inflated issue with antisocial driving compared to other areas of the county, to do our bit to help that work go more quickly. Despite the ruling group's amendment to our motion on installing noise cameras at the last council, interestingly, talking to Vision Zero, tackling antisocial driving currently isn't something that they've been approached to ask to do. So with this great commitment being talked about to partnership working, it would be brilliant to see at least some action happening in that direction, even if we won't take a concrete step of installing noise cameras. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do find this process profoundly depressing. You know, I joined politics to try and make a difference. And some of the things we're asking here, particularly these reports, were to give everyone a chance to put their own views forward, to work cross-party on it. And I really struggle to understand why you would reject something. We're not putting in a budget bid to say, you must do this, or we think this is better. We're just saying, let's have some reports to Environment Committee so we can discuss. I'll touch briefly on planning enforcement. I probably disagree with Councillor Thornborough that for me, the planning enforcement is more important than the communications officer at this time. I've got at least 3 active cases in my ward where we're having real problems. We, collectively and cross-party, sit on planning. We spend hours going over conditions and they can't be enforced at the moment because the officers don't have enough resource. 194 complaints, 195 unactioned at the moment. So more unactioned than we're dealt with. Every enforcement issue is someone's life disrupted, people woken up out of hours, people's houses or gardens damaged, extra comings and goings, as I think people have referred to, if houses, larger houses, are turned into visitor accommodation without permission. It causes stress, and we just want to do something to change that with giving our enforcement team some more resource. On EV chargers, much as I don't often say this, I do agree with Councillor Ashton. We do have an opportunity to work with the county. But let's do it. We don't need to sit back and wait at the city county for the county or the GCP or the combined authority to get on with things. We have assets. We have businesses we work with who might be willing to work with us on this. So let's get ahead and do this. And again, we're only asking to discuss it and put forward some bids. On the market, I am really sorry that you won't support the short-term reduction for the traders. We're mindful of the overall cost. This isn't a huge ask. And the ruling group have been quite happy to hold the fees for street stalls and taxis, so it seems slightly unfair to have left out our market traders. And Hobson Square, again, absolutely, as I think I said at the Strategy and Resources, if Labour want to put in a good strategy to look at electric power to other places, absolutely fine. It's missing from this budget, and I hope I can expect it in the NTFS, but I doubt it. It doesn't seem to be a priority for Labour. They're just going to let Trumpington wait. And we know it's a huge new community. It's an important new community. And I worry that just because it's not in a Labour ward, you're blocking it for some reason. As I say, I'm probably grumpy. I was genuinely woken up about midnight last night by someone going up and down East Road on a motorbike, which is I'm not making that up. But again, just speaks to the need for the noise cameras as well. So I really would urge all parties in this room to look at these amendments as they should be, to work collectively, to work constructively, to do things that are better for the people in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Mayor. I always do like to try and respond to questions and queries that have been raised and concerns that have been raised. So to run through a list that I did see, Councillor Collis noted around Trumpeton Square about the need for a sort of citywide strategy. The thing I would note is that there are actually sort of ward-specific bids within the capital bids within the actual main BSR. This is a common thing to do. Although we'd obviously very much welcome a broader strategy, I don't see any reason not to vote for this specific example. I think if you look at CAP 3949, 4929, there is a specific fund for the Meadows Community Centre car park, for example. So why can't we do similar when it comes to the ward of Trumpington? I was interested by comments raised on the EV chargers. I would agree with Councillor Shield about the challenges of pricing, but I also do think that the councillors in this room maybe do not realise the degree of challenge that we face if we are going to actually deliver a network by 2030. As an example, I've looked into this myself in a bit more detail. Many of our homes, so Aubry, for example, I think you would find are on looped supply networks, and all of those properties will need to actually be adjusted by the UK Power Network in order to support the charging you need for an electric car. At the same time, in other wards, many of the sort of terraced houses, we have the issue there's no off-street parking. We've got to work out how we're going to manage that. These are challenges that we are supposed to solve this decade, and therefore we all need to show leadership. And as a city council, I think we can really help in that way. Councillor Moore did mention the 17th, our 17th place in a recent review of district councils' climate change strategies. That is in the district council table, which is probably the lowest league. But more importantly, I would note that our overall score was 64%, which was a long, long way behind the first place district council, Somerset West and Taunton, at 91%. And I was just hoping we might be able to take lessons from the Lib Dem run council there. Councillor Thornborough did raise concerns about the need for an enforcement officer. I think I personally am willing to bet that the issues around Airbnb are going to be with us for a long time. These are issues that are very clearly here and now, and therefore I would hope that we could take the opportunity to provide additional resource to the team that have so many challenges facing them right now. I noticed Councillor Smith mentioned on the housing company that we are already doing this. This is a sort of a common theme that we often have on this side of the chamber. The interesting part is I think that what we often find is it's almost being done secretly. These things may be hidden in pink papers, maybe. They might be in discussions that are ongoing with officers. What's odd is always the desire from the ruling group to lose the opportunity to put them down on paper on the public record. If you're already doing it, but it's not there in the formal strategy, then why don't you accept our amendment and place it? There were similar issues for the housing budget for me. Finally, I think I noted Councillor Smart's comment. He once found my recumbent tricycle, so I owe him a few favours. To answer his question, well, I think Councillor Porro answered it better, which is we're just here to make a difference. But the Liberal Democrats exist to build and safeguard a fair, free and open society in which we seek to balance the fundamental values of liberty, equality and community, and in which no one shall be enslaved by poverty, ignorance or conformity. However, as an opposition group, it is not our job to prepare an entirely alternative budget. At the moment, that would be a huge additional workload for officers. I think what you'll have seen within our strategy this year is instead of me trying to build a large and complicated finance model, we've instead come up with clear strategies that we want to work with you on to try and hopefully ease the pressure on officers who've had such a tough couple of years, and also really clearly demonstrate where we think the council should be focusing our energy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bigg.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Is it to a really good act in outrage, which simply must be synthetic outrage, when you consider the carefully constructive approach that we presented our proposals in earlier this evening. I don't know what it is about what it takes you to be offended. We are trying to develop and improve the budget proposals that are on the table. We're not trying to insult you. We're not trying to question your existence. We are simply trying to do the job the people from Cambridge sent us here to do, to make this council be the best that it possibly can be. And it seems a little illogical that that means the best that it can be while turning a deaf ear to about a third of its membership of the council. So, well, what a surprise, what a coincidence that every single proposal that has been made from this side of the chamber is in some way wrong. Well, coincidence, surprise, I think the public and we are getting very used to the myopia that comes from the Labour group on the occasion of budgets. You're doing it already seems to be the most popular excuse this evening. There was a small barrel load of other bits and pieces as well, and I'll come back to that. You're doing it already. But the point is, what you're hearing from us is that you're not delivering it. The public doesn't know what you're doing. We don't know what you're doing. The opportunities to scrutinise all these things that you're doing already don't exist. So, for all we know, and for all the public knows, it's a convenient response tonight, which may amount to little more than a glimmer in your eye or something that you dreamt up last night. These proposals require a little bit more serious contemplation than they've had. This year we took the step of recognising that all parts of the council would want to input into these subjects, but actually you're saying, no, we don't want to listen to your input. We think the contents of the amendment were all real issues which demand outcome. Members opposite seem perfectly happy and content to oscillate between saying they're already working on it tonight and then at other times giving excuses for nothing ever appearing. And there, there is a time where that needs to be pointed out, and so I'm underlining it now. Mr. Mayor, residents of Cambridge would appreciate a bit more collaboration in their interests to deliver important results that they hope to see, and they will be disappointed that members opposite perform again by turning their backs on the whole segment of Cambridge population. Members opposite should take a look at themselves after a debate like this. It'll be all recorded and all available for you to watch online. It's a pity not more people watch that. It's not a comedy show. And members opposite might feel a little bit ashamed if they did look. The excuses and reasons you have given tonight for not supporting a single one of constructive proposals and instead acting insulted by the very fact that anyone should bring them along in the first place is shameful. And sometime this will catch up with you guys.
Thank you very much, Councillor
Point of
Davis.
order, Mr. Mayor. That sounds like a bit of a threat to me. Not a very nice thing to say, I don't think. Sometime it'll catch up on you. No need for that sort of language, surely.
It's nicer than to ask.
Councillor Davis.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to respond particularly on the point around key worker housing. And Councillor Lee, you made a really good point about the impacts of the housing crisis on many key workers. But I think the key thing for me is that impacts on everyone on a low income. that is what the housing crisis feels like to everyone on a low income. And so if the problem affects everyone on a low income, I would want the solution to meet and to give that solution to everyone and not to exclude people based on the jobs that they do. And for me, that's where we should be focusing our efforts. And for this city council, that means council housing and affordable housing for as many people as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Gorfield-Wood.
Well, I am going to say something about delivery here. I think that the budget shows that we are being strategic in difficult times. Now, one thing, Hobson Square. I understand that, and unfortunately, Councillor Collis wasn't able to say this, but she has heard from officers that the Hobson Square was pushed back because it should be able to find this money from revenue. There is a possibility of the COVID recovery fund being able to be used on this. So this is a case where you're saying that we're not delivering, but yes, it is in train. So, and I have to say that if you're going to talk about communication, you don't want us to have any kind of communication, it seems to me, in your budget. You'd rather it be used on other things. So we are not turning our back on large sections of the population, of the residents, and we are doing the work. May not have seen it yet, but it's coming.
Thank you. Councillor Sweeney.
Thank you, Mayor. I was making a note. I just wanted to respond to several things. I'm not ashamed. I'm not sitting here ashamed. I'm not ashamed that we have provided junior youth club for children at risk of poor mental health alongside, with Abbey people. I'm not ashamed that we have supported the Someone to Talk to drop in at Centre 33. I'm not ashamed of the bespoke swimming sessions for children with sensory impairments and disabilities. I'm not ashamed of the city-wide Romsey Mill projects to support young women at risk targeted groups that are, working with young people in our city affected by the pandemic and affected by issues that were around way before that. I've also apologised to my neighbours and my residents in my ward about the green bin situation, and they are extremely understanding of the issues that we have been experiencing there. When I knock on the doors in my ward in Newnham, I'm getting an excellent response. And the final thing on essential workers. The term that the government used is essential workers, and as an educator, we saw how that can be manipulated. That includes media workers, journalists, HGV drivers, all healthcare professionals, including consultants, and energy company staff, not all who would be considered suitable for key worker housing. Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Davey, you have a right to reply. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was somewhat taken by surprise there, so forgive me. My comrades on this side have raised concerns or questions about a variety of proposals that have been made within the amendments proposed by the opposition. And if I can deal specifically with a couple myself that fall within my remit, the first, which has been raised by a number of people today, and I fully understand that and think it's appropriate. The problem is the proposal that has been made by the opposition is not workable. It will cause greater time and effort to the officers without delivering the results that we all want. I believe that our proposal around taking back here in the MTFS is appropriate, but I have to say I think there's a deal to be done here. Go back to Councillor Biggs. So I would welcome comments on what working with Caroline Reber as to look at the most appropriate way of reviewing and managing the inflation task as it hits the council. Regarding car parks, I need to take you back an hour and a half Councillor Bick's opening remarks. I wasn't getting my defence in early. Quite simply, I was reporting back a piece of work that we started before Christmas. That's not doing defence early. It's just quite simply relating back the fact that we started a review of the car parks now. And it's important to stress that, really contrary again to Councillor Bick's statement, this is not, car park loss of income is not why we've instigated the transformation programme, which we were kind of hinting at earlier on. It's about trying to ensure we deliver appropriate car parking for the city based upon our income needs, but also facing climate change as well. In terms of the amendments in total, I'd like to start with Councillor Porro's comments. We are not basing our desire to delete your amendments on the basis of wards. We operate as a Labour group for the whole of the city of Cambridge. And the starting point for that, and oddly enough, that's a perfect example of what Councillor Collis has responded. It's about adopting a city-wide strategy, not based upon the needs, in my case, of Petersfield or King's Hedges, the whole of the city, which includes Newnham and includes Trumpington, which seems to be getting quite a lot of attention today. The second thing is that Councillor Bick's comments about not having the opportunities to scrutinise the work that we undertake. I recall being at Strategy and Resources not more than 6 weeks ago, whereby we had a similar discussion about the proposals we were made, and you also shared your proposal to amend. That means at least 6 weeks proposals to scrutinise. I think that's really important to stress, because I think if we're looking at how we take the city forward, it has to be done constructively. Again, I agree. But therefore, a constructive comment does not start with calling us shameful. That's not the sort of language that I understand to be a constructive way forward. Interesting approach, Councillor Bick, but not the one likely to be successful in getting talking. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Could we please avoid heckling? We've all got the chance to take part in this debate. We don't need to shout across each other.
So if I can move on then to why I believe that this is a not very helpful set of amendments. There is no, whilst I accept Councillor Dale's point about this is not your role to propose a complete amended budget, you would hope there would be some discernible strategy that might emerge from the Liberal Democrats' amendments. If I can take a couple of examples. To reduce the amount of money we propose to spend on communication would seem an odd approach. What we've learned over the last 2 years through the pandemic is in order to support our communities effectively, we have to talk to them and listen to them. By only improving the communications, can we actually do that effectively? Therefore, when we come forward with proposals, you're suggesting we reduce them. That's an odd approach. Second element I'd like to just point out the oddities of some of the things going on. It goes back to Councillor Healy's comments about the proposals for Care Network. We have £1 million for grants here, which you're proposing 10,000 gets spent on. And council has a budget of over £500 million on adult social care, of which £500,000 already goes to Care Network. How does it make sense that we should spend that amount of our budget when there is so many more opportunities for the joint administration to take with regards to how we manage adult social care? This leads me to believe that, unfortunately, this feels very much like a ragbag of measures from the opposition. It feels like, well, no, I'm just, with fairness, you've had your say, Councillor Bick, now I'm responding. And you're right, you have requested that we do things that we're already doing, so therefore we would reject them. That's just fairly obviously and sensible. Secondly, you've proposed things that other people should be doing, which is intriguing. And finally, there appears to be one or two proposals that relate to politically motivated proposals by local wards. And on that basis, carte blanche, I would argue that we should reject all the proposals that have been made in the amendments from the Liberal Democrats. Thank you.
So we'll now go to the vote on the Liberal Democrat budget amendment, and I believe a recorded vote is called for, and the Democratic Services Manager will take that vote. So all those in favour of the amended budget?
I'm going to call out names because obviously people are watching the stream.
Of course,
Yeah? So I'm going to call out your names, recorded vote. It's for, against or no vote when I call your name, please. So Councillor Ashton.
Against.
Councillor Dave Bajan. That's against. Councillor Sarah Bajan. Councillor Bennett is not in the room. Councillor Bick. Councillor Collis. Councillor DL. Councillor Davey.
Against.
Councillor Half-Davis.
Against.
Councillor Dryden. Councillor Flaubert.
For.
Councillor Gawthorpe Wood.
Against.
Councillor Garing.
For.
Councillor Gilderdale. Councillor Houck. Councillor Healy.
Yes.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor McPherson.
Against.
Councillor Moore. Councillor Nethinger. Councillor Payne. Councillor Poller.
For.
Councillor Pounds. Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sargent. Councillor Scott. Councillor Shield. Councillor Smart.
Against.
Councillor Anna Smith.
Against.
Councillor Simon Smith. Councillor Sweeney. Councillor Thornborough. Thank you. Councillor Todd Jones.
Against.
Councillor Bennett, we're taking a roll call on the Lib Dem amendment as a package.
For.
Four. Okay, I make that 10 votes for and 23 against and no abstentions.
Does the Liberal Democrat leader request that separate votes are taken on individual proposals within the alternative budget? May I remind members there is no debate during any votes taken at this stage. Again, the Democratic Services Manager will take those votes. Can I just remind members, I know it's getting late, we're getting tired, can I just remind members that when you do vote to activate the microphones, otherwise people watching, listening can't actually hear that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first recorded vote is on items B001 on page 436, which is planning enforcement, together with S0002, corporate communications, on page 437. So those two together, for, against, or no vote. Okay, is everyone clear on that? Yep.
Are you happy?
Yep. Councillor Ashton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dave Bajan.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Bajan. Councillor Naomi Bennett. Councillor Bick. Councillor Collis. Councillor DL.
For.
Councillor Davey.
Against.
Councillor Half-Davis.
Against.
Councillor Dryden.
Against.
Councillor Flaubert.
For.
Councillor Gawthorpe Wood.
Against.
Councillor Garing. Councillor Gilderdale.
Against.
Councillor Houck.
For.
Councillor Healy. Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor McPherson.
Against.
Councillor Moore.
Against.
Councillor Nethinger. Councillor Payne.
For.
Councillor Poller.
For.
Councillor Pounds. Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sargent. Councillor Scott. Councillor Shield.
Against.
Councillor Smart. Councillor Anna Smith.
Against.
Councillor Simon Smith. Councillor Sweeney.
Against.
Councillor Thornborough.
Against.
Councillor Todd Jones.
Against.
So that is 10 in favour and 23 against. We now have a vote on item R10003, which is Market Traders, page 436 of the Lib Dem amendment. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. So, Councillor Ashton?
Against.
Councillor Dave Bajan?
Against.
Councillor Sarah Bajan?
Against.
Councillor Bennett? Councillor Vick? Councillor Collis? Councillor DL?
For.
Councillor Davey?
Against.
Councillor Half-Davis?
Against.
Councillor Dryden?
Against.
Councillor Flaubert?
For.
Councillor Gawthorpe Wood?
Against.
Councillor Gehring?
For.
Councillor Gilderdale?
Against.
Councillor Houck?
For.
Councillor Healy? Councillor Lee?
For.
Councillor McPherson?
Against.
Councillor Moore?
Against.
Councillor Nethinger? Councillor Payne?
For.
Councillor Porrer? Councillor Pounds? Councillor Robertson? Councillor Sargent? Councillor Scott? Councillor Shield?
Against.
Councillor Smart? Councillor Anna Smith?
Against.
Councillor Simon Smith? Councillor Sweeney?
Against.
Councillor Thornborough?
Against.
And Councillor Todd Jones?
Against.
Thank you. That's 10 for and 23 against. And the last vote is on CAP 0006, page 439, which is the acoustic monitoring cameras.
I can see some green lights flashing. This one's just on it, so I don't really know why that is, but it just seems if you lightly tap it again, it will go back to red. But there seems to be some intermittent problem there, so apologies.
Okay, so we're on CAP 006. Councillor Ashton?
Against.
Councillor Dave Bajan?
Against.
Councillor Sarah Bajan? Councillor Bennett? That's 4. Councillor Vick?
For.
Councillor Collis? That's against. Councillor DL?
For.
4. Councillor Davey?
Against.
Councillor Half-Davis?
Against.
Councillor Dryden?
Against.
Councillor Flaubert?
For.
Councillor Gawthorpe Wood?
Against.
Councillor Gehring?
For.
Councillor Gilderdale?
Against.
Councillor Houck?
For.
Councillor Healy?
This is really pathetic. We've already voted them down. Some of us have jobs in the morning. Like, this is not very inclusive at all.
It's difficult.
Against.
Councillor Lee?
For.
Councillor McPherson?
Against.
Councillor Moore?
Against.
Councillor Nethinger? 4. Councillor Payne?
For.
Councillor Porrer?
For.
Councillor Pounds?
Against.
Councillor Robertson?
Against.
That's against. Councillor Sargent? Just say it, Mike. Against. Councillor Scott? Against. Councillor Shield?
Against.
Councillor Smart? Against. Councillor Anna Smith?
Against.
Councillor Simon Smith? Councillor Sweeney?
Against.
Councillor Thornborough?
Against?
Councillor Todd Jones.
Against.
That is 10 votes for and 23 against. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, members, it's getting late, we're getting tired, we're on the last item. But before we get there, can I just remind councillors that it is late. A lot has been said in the chamber, and so please be mindful of the debate that's already happened before we turn to this. So now we turn to executive budget's recommendation for debate. Executive councillors and spokespersons can have 5 minutes. Other members, 3 minutes. Councillor Davey has a right of reply. So recommendation executive on page 273 and 274. Recorded votes? Oh yeah, it's in debate, I'm sorry. See, my brain's getting tired as well. Let's just vote for it. Councillor Ashton, you have the first shout.
Thank you. I recommend this budget. Since we took control, the Labour administration has invested £50 million to enable us to keep investing in our essential services, while at the same time, our funding from central government goes down. We've been told lies about having COVID costs actually be paid to us. It's cost us £18.5 million so far, and the government have given us 11.3. That's £7.2 million we're already short of, yet our budget is making the best of these opportunities. Councils around the country are running out of cash to spend to cover their spending, and we're investing. And colleagues, comrades, don't shoot me down for this next bit. We do work with our friends across the chamber. They might have forgot that we do that. If you recall, we have shared services, and the 2 shared services are 2 they've been going on about tonight: planning and waste. So we do work with our Liberal Democrat friends across the chamber. We reach out to them. We work with them at South Cambs, and also the county, which they like to tell everybody they run, is actually a joint administration with our Labour County Council colleagues. So I would say to Mr. Brick, we do welcome working with you, we are working with you, and we will continue to work with you. So I recommend our budget tonight. Thank you.
I've actually got nobody else on the list. Now you see. Yeah.
I thought I got away with it.
Nearly got there. Nearly got there. So, okay. Sorry, could you just raise your hands? Thank you. I have councillors, yes, I've got Councillor Bick, Doreen, Payne, and did I miss something? Councillor Dio, yes I did. Councillor Bick, it's yours. Okay, I just thought your hand had gone up, so no? Okay, yeah, it is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I do try to provide constructive criticism. We've tried to provide a constructive amendment. I would like to raise concerns, though, tonight about the budget in front of us. I think what I would point to for members to understand my concerns is page 313 of the pack, which is 27 of the BSR. That shows effectively the savings requirements. And as a council, and this probably links to issues that Councillor Bennett has mentioned, not all councillors may understand that at the end of this budget cycle, the current year, we need to have no revised saving targets. We need to have a clear plan for effectively any of the kind of savings that will be made in the year, or we will need to draw it from reserves. Now, at the moment, you can see that has happened, but that has happened because of the issue that I know Councillor Davey has mentioned, but I don't think is properly addressed yet, regarding the savings that we are taking on inflation and not applying any inflation this year. Now, as we understand it, and I completely understand why it's been so difficult. As these papers were prepared, we did not see the sort of environment we'd be in at this point. But fundamentally, we are where we are, and inflation has kicked on above any of the projections that we had last year. Now, that doubly worries me, because if I was to look then at the Section 25 report, which is a critical document in fundamentally assessing the deliverability and the financial viability of this report, I think I would point you all to, he says, the page is not working. Sorry, too many pages in this deck. So yes, it's in section 10, and that starts on page 351. And to quote the report, the final comments here, although they do say that there are financial reserves for this coming year, it is noted with something of a concern that there are high levels of savings are required to ensure the council's future financial sustainability, and that, in bullet points, the plans currently under development are unlikely to meet the saving requirements in full. The delivery of these plans will be challenging, and difficult decisions will be necessary to achieve the required level of transformation and savings delivery. That is not a bill of clean health by any stretch of the imagination. So it is worrying that that was the situation when we didn't think that the inflation cut was going to be as severe as it is now. And instead, what we are seeing is a 1.5 million saving across all budgets, with currently no plan on how that will be delivered. Now, I appreciate the comment that a deal can be done. I suspect with this budget being voted through, we will need to work on that. But it is we need to vote on the paper that's in front of us. Fundamentally, that paper gives us no guarantee. The ruling group has not decided to bring through an amendment to help alleviate those concerns, and we will need to see them do that in the coming year. I fear that we have seen some deterioration in the transparency of decision making, and this is a very severe situation where, when we do have cuts to make, we are pushing it onto the officers. It's effectively a form of delegated austerity, and as such, I cannot recommend this budget to my group. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Geary.
In the interest of democracy, for which people on the streets of Kiev are dying, I don't want to make this very long, but I do find it concerning if members opposite think that, you know, if you have to vote one more time, it's an imposition. I'm very concerned about the reduction of toilet facilities. There's no comprehensive toilet strategy. And that was part of the Fairer Cambridge manifesto on which you were selected. Indeed, I distinctly remember Labour campaigning on the issue of accessible toilet space. And instead of making public toilets accessible in all parts of the city, you're reducing the provision so that, and the reduction of public toilets impacts the most vulnerable parts of the population most. It's those people who have a disability, it's those people who have to change a baby or are pregnant that are mostly impacted by you closing, yet again, more public toilets. Why not invest where you can benefit the most vulnerable? That's the part of your budget that I really don't understand. I love the biodiversity officer. I love the fact that we have to pay more in order to reduce herbicide. I always thought that if you're not investing in dangerous chemicals, you would pay less. But I take it that £35,000 needs to be spent in order not to use chemicals, which is slightly strange to me. But, for this and other reasons, I can't vote for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Payne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pick up again on an item within the Labour Group's BSR, which I think links to the issue of transparency that Councillor Yale was talking about, and how I feel that within this budget in particular, in this last committee cycle, we're being asked to take a great deal of things on trust, and then it's perceived as being somehow disrespectful or offensive that we're not happy to do that, and we didn't know those things were happening because we weren't told about them, and it wasn't written down for the public records. The item which shows this is the proposed reduction in the out-of-hours noise service. We've talked about this at the Strategy Resources Committee and at the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee as well. I just want to underline, for us, this is a very sudden cut to the out-of-hours noise service. This cut was made by the ruling group without any consultation or even any information given to the groups on this side of the chamber. The first time we heard about it was when our residents began complaining to us about it, which places us in a very difficult position, elected by those residents, and yet not having that communication coming to us to explain it to them. The rationale given for this reduced version of the out-of-hours scheme is to establish a more proactive service. In fact, it's anything but. It's not even reactive, because we're now barely picking up the phone to people who call the out-of-hours emergency line. Instead, we're waiting overtime to attend the next day or develop a series of evidence before we're responding to it. So I'd argue it's the absolute opposite of proactive. One big concern I have with this reduction is that the data provided has been based on a very small number of months, just October to December, which falls in winter, which was also during lockdown. So I think it's hardly surprising to anyone that the number of calls being made to that line would be very oddly low, and that's not a representative time frame to make a permanent cut to public service for. The Executive Council has reassured us that this decision will be reviewed in 9 months' time once we've got a more formal and more representative evidence base. But I just want to underline the point that, again, we're being asked to take that on trust because there is nothing within the report to indicate that. And in fact, when we proposed that as an amendment to ensure it was on the public record, the Labour group on the committee actually voted it down. What we now see in the BSR, however, is that proposed reduction being made for the next 5 years. It's very hard to perceive that from the position we're in as being a trial where no decision has been made, when it's literally written in the pages that you're proposing to make that cut for the next 5 years. Therefore, we decided to take the opportunity to ensure, and ask for it to be stated here again and minuted, that decision will be reviewed in the next 5 months when a more comparable data service is available to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Bennett, the floor is yours.
Start by reading a budget question from Dr. Hannah Copley, who is struggling to connect with us through Teams. And then if time allows, I'll make a few comments on my own behalf. First, market traders reported that they are very concerned at the lack of information and communication regarding the market square. The only proposal that they can see regarding any refurbishment of the market is for the electrics. They know that we are all aware that vital though the electrics are for the market has been run down and is in need of a massive ongoing and much neglected refurbishment, which I seem to recall being put forward by my predecessor, Sir Oscar Gillespie, many years ago. Although considered at next month's Environment and Community Scrutiny meeting, they are concerned that if there is nothing now in the budget report, how can a much-needed refurbishment of the market be funded? Right, that's the end of Dr. Copley's question. And I'll now go on to make a few remarks of my own. Considering that the council's income is declining, I am concerned that the proposals to savings do not actually cover the budget deficit. In these circumstances, I would expect nothing to be excluded from the transformation review, and I am concerned that the disposal or other use of this building is apparently off the table. We cannot afford to rule that out. I'm sorry to say that. I know that councillors are sentimentally attached to it, but we have to put city before council buildings. Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Gorforth-Wood.
Well, nobody so far has talked about how we are working to try and alleviate and manage homelessness and rough sleeping. So I want to say something on this. Ideally, we'd prevent this from happening completely. It's one, and certainly to mitigate it as far as possible. It's one reason I'm so pleased that we do have our council house building programme and our work on the solo move on modular homes. Now, the key thing is rough sleepers are very visible, but they have a range of complex and hard to deal with issues and do need ongoing support. I think we have seen a sea change in the way the council has worked. We work with partners, and certainly from a few years ago when It Takes a City had their first meeting, we've seen them working very well with them, and I can certainly attest to the responsiveness of the council officers. When I have rung them up, they have, sometimes at very odd hours, they have invariably known the case that I'm talking, the casework and the individual that I'm talking about. So hats off to them. We've continued to support and done more than we need to in terms of our statutory requirements. And it's something that I think we really, really do need to be clear that we do support. We are supporting it. It has cost the council about 1.4 million over this straddles 2 years. But we've had, it will leave us with a net cost of about 1.4 million over the last two to 3 years. But what we've done is following on from what we've done with the. Sorry, I'll just reiterate. I'm trying to summarise my notes because I've only got three minutes, of course. We have the street outreach team. We have the hostel provision. We now have our housing first and move on accommodation with 22 modular homes and more that we're hoping to get in place with partners. I would ask everybody to support this. We've done more with our winter provision. We've replaced the severe weather emergency provision. And so it is a more expensive service, but we're working with It Takes a City and all the other partners, our hostels, Jimmy's, the Crossways is, of course, the It Takes a City venture. This means we have 20 en-suite units for men and women. So it's good quality accommodation. It does mean that nobody has to sleep rough. So if you know someone who is sleeping rough, get them to talk to the housing outreach team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pora.
Mr Mayor, despite the recent votes, I will start my speech by being positive. And I wanted to point out some of the good things in the ruling group's budget, and in particular to note the progression on the herbicide motion that the Liberal Democrats proposed last year, and which we're really pleased to see has been rolled out in 2 wards and across 12 streets in our city, with money set aside in the budget for it. I'd like to thank the officers who've done an absolutely amazing job in getting that all together. And actually, I'd particularly like to thank Councillor Collis, because actually I think what we've done between us with this is a really good example of how we should be doing politics. Where there's something we agree on, we push it forward and we get it sorted to improve our city. So thank you to Councillor Collis for that. This is really important during the biodiversity crisis. So I do very much welcome the additional posts in the Streets and Open Spaces team as our Open Spaces spokes, the Biodiversity Officer, the Arboricultural Planning Lead, and the skilled operatives in the public realm. And we're also really pleased that the new van for Streets and Open Spaces, I understand, will be electric and not running on diesel or fossil fuel. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Collis, for confirming that. As you imagine, absolutely support my colleague, Councillor Gehring, about the public toilet issue. I like to raise that all the time because I think it is really important. What I'd like to talk about, perhaps on a less positive note, I'm afraid, just to end on a downward trajectory, unfortunately, is the inequality issues for the no allowance for inflation in the council budget. I really have serious concerns about this. It's a cut across all the services, irrespective of who's affected, and there's no equality impact assessment, I think Councillor Bick mentioned earlier. Never mind no opportunity for proper scrutiny. We know there are some services with contracts that may include inflation who will be more adversely affected. There will be others who support vulnerable groups and those with protected characteristics. I don't actually believe the Labour group want to damage those people, want to do things that would risk that. But it worries me that the equalities audit doesn't seem to cover this, and I want to ensure that these people are not disadvantaged and that our services delivering to vulnerable people and those on lower incomes are supported. Labour does talk again and again about their commitment to equality and their opposition to cuts in services, and we agree with them on this. But the removal of inflation does seem to contradict this, and it takes the cuts from public view, democratic scrutiny, and also from the equalities audit. So I would urge councillors on the opposite side to make sure that this is covered, that we do a full equality audit, and that we do look at where some services will struggle, particularly with people with protected characteristics or on low incomes, that we make adjustments to support officers and support the council generally in looking after those of our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dryden, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back a little bit earlier this evening when Councillor Bick reminded us that this meeting's been recorded. And when we look back, we should be ashamed of ourselves. Well, I hope he looks back on it tonight and his stupid tactics, time-wasting tactics for members, officers tonight. And I was looking forward this evening, he might have something reasonable to say and helping us run the council. But at the moment, you've said nothing, and some of the stuff you're doing tonight, and I hope you are very ashamed when you look back tonight on this recorded meeting.
Councillor Bick, it is your show now.
Yeah, I should treat that remark, Mr. Mayor, with the from Councillor Dryden with the disrespect it deserves. There are three things that I wanted to raise in this part of the debate. Councillor Davey earlier on wanted to make a point that the public needs to be happy that their money is safe in our hands. And I just wanted to go back to a point that happened earlier in this committee cycle. And it's reflected in an item in the BSR, which is the saving of £30,000 a year on a bus subsidy, a night bus subsidy, which actually was passed through committee without the supporting evidence, despite our protestations. But it emerged at the same time that the 2 years' worth of this subsidy, so we're talking £60,000, had been paid to the bus operator without any service being run, which I think to all of us seemed incredible, that we would subsidise something that didn't exist. The director present at committee assured us that there would be a full investigation into that, and so I just wondered whether Councillor Davey could assure us that that was on his radar screen and that all members will be getting sight of that investigation report when it's finished, because £60,000 is not nothing. If the public are to be happy with their money in our hands, that's a part of it. Secondly, I too wanted to say something about homelessness, like Councillor Gawthorpe would, and I wanted to, mainly agree with what she's saying, that a lot of really good work is getting done in the cause of trying to eradicate homelessness. And indeed, the Streets to Home service, which is launching, I'd like to particularly welcome, because it was a recommendation that I made in a report that I wrote and brought to the council 3 years ago. And so I'm really hoping that that is going to be successful and improve matters. But I find difficult about this subject, listening to members opposite, is that not to diminish all of the great work that goes into this, the actual outcomes, which is what the public bring to us, don't seem really to change very much. And being a councillor in the city centre, my residents bring to me the fact that actually the outcomes they see today, barring the period of the pandemic, aren't very different from what they were 5, 6, 8, 9 years ago. And so I just wondered whether we could have an observation from the other side about this relationship between the inputs and the outputs, whether we've got it right in the Executive Councillor's opinion, because it doesn't seem to be working completely yet. And then the third point I wanted to make was about transformation. And this, I think, is my main concern about this budget. And it's the other side of the issue that Councillor DL referred to a moment ago, that we're being asked to look at a budget which might be properly balanced at some time in the future. And of course, the bit that's going to make it okay is the transformation programme, it is said. And the trouble when we look at that is that, well, you start with its title. Was it one Cambridge? So what does that tell us about where it's going? As a transformation project, is that something different from, I mean, it's changing Cambridge, or it's changing the council, or what is that really conveying? Much of the description that's gone with this exercise would be described by most people as motherhood and apple pie. It describes a council that we thought we were anyway, and our members opposite have told us that we are that anyway on the previous occasions. I feel that from an opposition point of view, with a role in scrutinising what is going on, it's just like a black box to us. We have no sight what is going on, what you're trying to achieve, except maybe saving a lot of money. And so it doesn't give us a lot of confidence that this actually is all going to come together in terms of what the 151 officer has told us about the way things ought to eventually balance. We don't know what's in this. We don't even know if you're going to support the outcomes, and we certainly don't know whether we are, because we don't know what it is. It's not really been said. There have been no interim reports. The officer who leads the project has apparently resigned, and it just appears to be something that floats on behind the scenes as an explanation for this budgetary situation that we're asked to approve today. That's the reason that I have difficulty supporting it.
Councillor Smart.
Thanks, Mayor. To two things again. So I'm bemused by Councillor Dale's what he said about the budget. So quite rightly, Councillor Dale, you're saying the budget is quite tight. We've not been paid the money by the government back and so on. So you're saying the council is short of money to our Labour budget, but then how can it be sensible for you and the Lib Dems to be suggesting we spend more money on things you're suggesting if we haven't got that money, because we're saying we haven't got it? So how does that work? Secondly, this whining about not knowing what's going on in the city is silly. I mean, take more of an interest, get involved, get out and about, knock on doors and talk to people. That's what we do. Delivering leaflets is not enough, especially when they are factually incorrect.
That's Anna Smith.
So I'll try to be brief. Well, I'm really proud to lead this council. I was proud to be elected as leader before Christmas, and I'm really proud of this budget. So in this budget, we are prioritising the most vulnerable. We are facing the big challenges that we all have to address, like the biodiversity and climate emergencies, head on. We're building council homes. We're supporting the homeless. And we are doing that in exceptionally difficult circumstances. Now, we know by this point in the evening, everybody is getting tired. But I also know this, that come first thing tomorrow morning, every single Labour councillor in this room will be getting on with officers with the work of putting this budget into practice in our city. And we will do that in collaboration and cooperation with our whole city. I said a lot, and rightly so, about thanking our officers this evening, but I did also want to finish by thanking all of those amazing partners that we work with. Voluntary groups, charities, businesses, faith groups, mutual aids, and all the others who have contributed to supporting our community over the pandemic and beyond. We've faced really tough times, and I'm sure that there are tough times to come too. But I know that as a whole community, we're in a strong position to continue to do the best for and with our city in the years ahead. I commend this budget to the Chamber.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of or answer some of the questions. So there was a one about toilets, the reduction in toilets. So we're not there are no new closures of toilets in this budget. This is the savings from the ones that were agreed to be closed previously. And yes, I agree. It's certainly not what I didn't become a councillor to close public toilets. Funnily enough, I use the toilet myself. But, you know, when council budgets are limited, and like Councillor Gehring, I want to make sure that parents are able to change their babies' nappies in toilets, or people with disabilities are able to use our toilets. And that means having good quality toilets and investing in them. So in order to do that, we need to manage our budgets. And so that's what we're doing. We've got plans to invest in the... Oh, guys, sorry, it's so late. What's the one on the river? Changing Places toilet in. Secondly, out-of-hours vacancies. The rationale, as I have said this evening already in my first introduction, in environment and community scrutiny and in SNR, the rationale is staffing. We could not get people to staff the service. We tried 3 times. People don't want to work every night, funnily enough. And so we had to respond to that, and that's why we changed. But I'm very pleased with the outcome, and we are still providing an out-of-hours noise service to all of our residents who have ongoing, persistent noise nuisance. To answer Councillor Copley's point around the market, I agree wholeheartedly that the market needs investment, and that's why we have committed to the Market Square project. We already have money set aside from last year's budget bid. We have been reviewing the process, reviewing the response from market traders, and so that has slowed the process down. So we don't need more money in the budget this year because we already have some. I would also just like to very quickly highlight our budget bid to recap. As I said earlier, this will look at, amongst other things, having a citywide food waste collection. That's what our budget bid to recap, part of that money will go towards that. We've got a bid to do it, we're doing it. I'll be happy to report that back in October at our Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee within the Climate Change Strategy Report, alongside the work of our new Home Retrofit Project Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mike Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, can I just respond to Councillor Bick? My understanding, although the official figures are not yet released, but in terms of our street count, there are fewer rough sleepers on our street than there were at the height of the everyone in lockdown. Now, that does not in any way excuse the fact that any individual on the street is a very high-profile issue for members of the public and anyone who's passing through our city. We all know that it is the most difficult and complex cases, individuals with very complex needs, mental health issues, substance abuse issues that often go through a revolving door, hostile, inappropriate behaviour, asked to leave the hostel, back on the street again, and so it goes on. We really want to try and break that cycle, but it is very difficult with those most complex individuals. And I'm happy to work as hard as I can with our homelessness service to get better outcomes. But I do think we are down to some of the most difficult and complex cases. I think there are many who have been helped to move on. So I totally take the point that Councillor Bick has made, and I'm happy to liaise with him and the Homeless Service and look at how we can get even better outcomes. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thornborough.
Councillor Bick, do you remember in 2011 when the county decided to stop subsidising dial-a-ride bus subsidies and taxi cards? That's when Cambridge City took on decided to continue those. Those services were run actually by the planning department, and the HR just paid the bills basically when they came through. When shared planning became a service, and the planning employees moved to was covered by South Cams, the HR who were paying the bills were passed over, and the whole of the service. So the two HR people are running this service with, because it's something that really we shouldn't be doing. It should be the county. During the pandemic, the one night bus service where on average 6 people a night use that service, the one service was shut. The HR women were working flat out, like all of us, in a pandemic, and probably didn't pick up that one service had been stopped. Nobody complained about it, and there was a contract. As soon as it became apparent, it was brought to our attention. I really think that this is something we are looking into it. We also have asked for the funds back. But, it's a very difficult situation in a difficult time, and the individuals did the right thing and brought it to our attention under very difficult circumstances as soon as they knew.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davey, it looks like you have the floor.
Thank you. My points, the 4 things I'd probably like to just comment on, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. If I start off with Councillor Bick's question relating to the bus that we over-subsidised. I have, and this is on my radar, and I have been speaking to Fiona Bryant immediately after the last meeting, and she will give a report back, and we will, of course, supply that accordingly. There's a theme here, because it's about transparency, which I've picked up throughout the evening, and it's become fairly clear that there seems to be concerns in relation to the transparency of the decision-making process from this group. Transformation is a very interesting place to start with that. I think it would be fair to say that there is an awful lot riding on transformation, and we need to get it right. I do accept that it's early days. When plans are made, they will come before Council, be it the Strategy and Resources Committee, or the appropriate areas for full and obvious transparency and proper scrutiny. That is absolutely vital because it's important we get this right. I do accept that there is a degree of trust at the moment because the plans have yet to be fully developed. But that will happen within the next 6 months, and there'll be plans that are put before you for discussion and amendment, and we make sure that we find the right way of getting this council fit for purpose in 5 years' time. I think linked to that, there is the issue about inflation. It is a difficult balance, I think. If I point out, though, to start off with, if you're right, I'm not sure you will be, but if it is an extra 1.5 million, that means that the savings requirement becomes 8.5 million. Therefore, that requires extra funding. So there's an issue there about how do you balance that. But because we have to find 7 million to start with, of which a whole heap comes immediately next year, then, as is fairly obvious, for us to manage that is important. I do accept that we have to monitor this effectively, and I think the whole point of this discussion around inflation is about how you monitor it effectively. The irony is the proposal that we made about taking to the NTOS is actually more transparent than the proposal you made in your amendment, which takes it within officer member scrutiny group. And I just don't see that. I don't understand how the two things you're arguing marry up, because one's transparent, NTFS, the other isn't. One bit I'd like to say before concluding is Councillor Dale spoke about us pushing down responsibility to officers. I can assure you, for as long as I am the Executive Councillor for Finance Resources, I will take responsibility for the cuts, the savings, the responsibility of delivering our budget, and the responsibility for ensuring that this council transforms itself appropriately. Not the officers, that's my responsibility. And I can promise you and the council that that will be my main priority over the course of certainly the next 12 months. Concludes, therefore, we believe that this budget offers a balance, a number of a competing range of priorities for us. How do we keep to our values? How do we ensure that we understand the uncertainties? How do we take the council forward productively? These are hugely challenging times, but I think it's important to stress that we are representing the whole of our city. Last May, more people voted Labour. We have more seats than ever before. And it's important to remember that. Therefore, we are delivering the promises those people who voted for us want for the whole of this city. They are tackling poverty, tackling climate change, building council houses, and modernising the council. I therefore commend this budget to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I now call for a recorded vote by the Democratic Services Manager. Gary, it's all yours.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we're voting for the executive budget recommendation en bloc. For, against or abstain, please. Call you by name. Councillor Ashton. For. Councillor Dave Bajan. That's 4. Councillor Sarah Bajan. That's 4. Councillor Bennett.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Bick. Abstain. Councillor Collis. 4. Councillor DL.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Davey.
4.
Councillor Half-Davis.
4.
Councillor Dryden.
4.
Councillor Gawthrope-Wood.
4.
Councillor Garing.
Abstain.
Councillor Gilderdale.
4.
Councillor Houck.
Abstain.
Councillor Healy. 4. That's 4. Councillor Lee.
Abstain.
Councillor McPherson.
4.
Councillor Moore.
4.
Councillor Nethinger. Abstain. Councillor Payne.
Abstain.
Councillor Power.
Abstain.
Councillor Pounds.
4.
Councillor Robertson. 4. That's 4. Councillor Sargent. Councillor Scott. 4. Councillor Shield.
4.
Councillor Smart. 4. Councillor Anna Smith. 4. Councillor Simon Smith. 4. Councillor Sweeney. 4. It's hard enough. Councillor Thornborough.
4.
Councillor Todd Jones.
4.
Thank you very much. I make that 23 in favour and 9 abstentions.
Thank you very much, everyone. The reason the green lights are coming on is because the batteries are very tired. That's what it is. But before we all disperse, I've just got a couple of, and they are quick, motion 9C for next week, which was tabled by Councillor Copley, has been withdrawn. Just a couple of small ones. If you could remember to take everything with you, glasses, rubbish, anything, papers, anything that happens to be here. And please remember to keep the agendas, because you're going to need them next week. So under Council Procedure 28, I propose that we now adjourn the meeting and reconvene on Thursday the 3rd of March at 6 p.m, commencing with agenda item 5D. All those in favour? Oh, the chamber's empty already. Thank you so much. Have a very safe journey home, everybody.